Chapter 26:61 Fight. Chapter 26:61 Fight. As soon as he said that, a sword howl resounded abruptly. The divine abode's master's expression changed rapidly. A sword slashed down from above him. Heaven Executor. It was a sword head experienced the strength of. He didn't dare to go head-on against it and flashed backward to avoid Yang Ye's attack. However, at the instant he dodged away, a pitch-black pike suddenly appeared where Head been standing. Head used overwhelming speed to get his attack to hit first even when he was the second to attack. The pike shot toward Yang Ye's stomach, and it was as swift as a bolt of lightning. Yang Yi pulled his sword back slightly and swung it at the pike. Bam! The pike was instantly blasted away. The divine abode's master waved his right hand, and the pike returned to his grasp. After that, he raised his left hand and dropped it. Bang! Bang! Terrifying rays of aura swept toward Yang Yi. He hadn't arrived before Yang Yi, but his aura had. Yang Yi grinned, and then a sword haul soundlessly appeared above him. An instant later, boundless slaughter intent and sword intent surged from him into the sword hall. Boom! A wave of powerful sword energy rippled out from above Yang Yi. In an instant, countless strands of sword energy rained down through the sky like a storm. Hiss! 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 The sky above the entire end dimension resounded with horrifying sounds of tearing. As for the auras of the experts in the surroundings, they were forcefully stopped by Yang Ye's sword energy. Swoosh! Meanwhile, a pike suddenly pierced through Yang Ye's sword energy, and the divine abode's master was behind it. Yang Yi remained visibly calm as he tapped his right foot down, and then he strode forward and stabbed. A head-on collision. The sword and pike collided. Bam! As soon as they came into contact, the divine abode's master's pike instantly exploded apart. Boom! The divine abode's master hurriedly shot backward. Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack when a figure suddenly appeared before him, and then this figure slammed a punch at him. Yang Yi instantly felt monstrous fist intent surge toward him. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly against it. He raised his sword above his head with both hands, and then slammed it down. Hiss! This swing slashed open the space before him, and a sharp and ear-piercing sound pierced the eardrums of everyone here. Meanwhile, the fist arrived. Bang! A figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi. Around 1 kilometer away, Yang Yi glanced at his sword. It was fine, but he felt that his body was numb. His entire body was numb. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a bearded man standing not too far away from him. The man was robust, and he wasn't very handsome. Yang Yi gazed at the bearded man's hands. The man's fists were very powerful. Some of the others wanted to join the battle, but the bearded man suddenly said, "I alone am enough." The divine abode's master frowned slightly. Dafeng, it isn't the time to act alone. He's linked to our fate, so we cannot allow the slightest mistake. You! The bearded man known as Dafeng glanced at him. If I'm no match for him, all of you can join in, all right? The divine abode's master wanted to say more, but Dafeng said, while he deserves death, he's only at the Destiny Realm. No matter what you think, I feel it's shameful for so many peak Destiny Realm experts to join forces against him like this. You can join in if I'm no match for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. Boom! The world shook before him. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and a fist shot at him like a bolt of lightning. It wouldn't be that bad if it was really a bolt of lightning. However, the strength of this punch had fully surpassed the strength of lightning. It was truly capable of obliterating the world. Even though the man wasn't as strong as Hung Wangu or Zhuamu, he was absolutely not weak. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly. He took a step forward, and then boundless slaughter intent and sword intent rippled out of him. The fist arrived, and Yang Ye's sword shot forward. Bang! Yang Ye's entire body and sword shook. However, he wasn't blasted away by the punch, and Head forcefully stopped the terrifying energy within it. Suddenly, Dafeng relaxed his fist and grabbed Yang Ye's sword. He wanted to take Yang Ye's sword. As soon as Dafeng grabbed the sword, Yang Yi felt like his sword was about to escape his grasp. Meanwhile, Yang Yi released the sword and slammed himself forward, and his figure slammed directly against Dafeng. Bam! Both of them shot backward simultaneously. However, at the instant he was pushed back, Yang Yi grabbed his sword and spun it, catching Dafeng off guard and forcing Dafeng to release it. At this moment, there was almost 300 m between them. Dafeng glanced at his hand, and there was a sword injury on his palm. His eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched his right fist, and then he appeared before Yang Yi and slammed a punch at Yang Yi. This punch caused the space around Yang Yi to form a strange vortex. Meanwhile, a sheath appeared in Yang Yi's left grasp, and then he sheathed his sword. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi drew the sword and swung it. But that wasn't the end of it. He immediately followed up with another swing. Just like that, Yang Yi swung countless times in an instant. Even he hadn't counted the exact number. Explosive force. The explosive force created by the domain sword and heaven rend made his attack unprecedentedly powerful. Boom! A huge expanse of space with Yang Yi at its center collapsed and was obliterated, and a figure was blasted away at the same time. It was Dafeng's figure. Meanwhile, the others in the surroundings had been pushed back by the excessively powerful force of their collision. However, they had locked down the surrounding space as they feared that Yang Yi would flee. So, it was absolutely impossible for Yang Yi to flee with ease. Even though the space here had been obliterated by their collision, it only took a while for space to recover completely. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood why they had dared to pursue him beyond the scope of the end world. The end dimension wasn't the same as it had been. At this moment, the end dimension was covered by something that could conceal them from the workings of the heavens. Obviously, they prepared a plan to deal with him. Dafeng glanced at his arm. At this moment, there were many cracks on it. He was a peak Destiny Realm expert. So, logically speaking, Yang Yi could never suppress him no matter how monstrous of a genius Yang Yi was. That sword. Dafeng gazed at Yang Yi's sword. Yang Yi's sword had increased Yang Yi's strength tremendously. It could be said that with Heaven Executor's help, Yang Yi had the strength of a peak Destiny Realm expert. Moreover, the sword was so terrifying that nothing in this world could suppress it. Even a super divine treasure would be easily destroyed by it. It was Destiny's sword. Many hadn't been able to recognize it in the past because it had lost its tip, but now that its tip had been restored, they naturally recognized it. Meanwhile, the Divine Abode's master suddenly said, "Dafeng, do you still plan to continue?" Dafeng glanced at him, and then gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you dare to take a punch of mine with a normal sword?" "A normal sword?" Yang Yi grinned. "Do you dare to make the others leave?" Dafeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and Yang Yi continued, "Actually, your fists are so strong because these fellows are here. Their presence puts you in an invincible position. Even if you're no match for me, you have nothing to fear because they will lend you a hand, right?" Dafeng gazed coldly at Yang Yi, but remained silent. Yang Yi smiled. "If you really want a one-on-one battle, then tell them to leave, and we can fight to the death." "All right?" "Fight to the death." Dafeng laughed coldly. "Yang Yi, it seems you're dreaming. Make them leave so you can flee? Haha, what a good plan. Unfortunately, it's only a dream." He glanced at the others and said, "Join forces with me." The Divine Abode's master glanced indifferently at Dafeng. Actually, had already realized that besides those truly old geezers in the Destiny Realm, ordinary Destiny Realm experts were incapable of suppressing Yang Yi. Yang Yi had Heaven Executor in his grasp, so his strength transcended the limits of his cultivation. Once he said that, the others didn't hesitate to release their auras and suppress Yang Yi. A one-on-one battle? They would naturally not fight Yang Yi in single combat now. Honor wasn't important now. What was important was defeating Yang Yi and obtaining the sprite progenitor. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and grinned, and then he raised his sword and charged at the Divine Abode's master. The others attacked him in unison. The joint forces of around 10 extraordinary experts was truly horrifying. It could be said that even destroying the end dimension would be easy for them. Bang! At the instant Yang Yi charged forward, he was blasted far away again. Their joint forces was something he couldn't resist at all. Perhaps he could try fighting them in single combat, but he was no match for their joint forces. Yang Yi was severely injured from this collision. Blood seeped out incessantly from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Fight? He was really no match for around 10 peak Destiny Realm experts. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Had overdid things a little this time. Since there was no way to escape, he planned to fight. Yang Yi charged at them again. Boom. However, he was blasted away once more. Suddenly, a hand supported Yang Yi's flying figure. In the wooden house within the primordial pagoda, the woman in black suddenly looked up, and killing intent flickered in her eyes. Chapter 2662, I'll blast your head open. Chapter 2662, I'll blast your head open. Chapter 2662, I'll blast your head open. A petite young girl had appeared behind Yang Yi. It was none other than Aria. However, Aria was completely different from how she had been. Now, she was emanating an extremely evil aura, and it was a form of evil that came innately. As for her appearance, it had changed slightly too. She had a pair of sharp black horns on her head. Besides that, there was a very long tail behind her. A tail covered in sharp spikes. It was around 3 m long. Aria's pupils had turned scarlet red too. It wasn't the same shade of scarlet as Yang Yi's eyes when he was enveloped by slaughter intent. Yang Yi glanced at her. At this moment, she seemed a little unfamiliar to him. Aria gazed at Yang Yi for a moment and said, "Big brother Yang, step back for now. Let me handle this." Big brother Yang. Yang Yi was inwardly relieved. Perhaps Shed changed on the outside, but she was still the same Aria. Yang Yi said, "Aria, you." Shed already walked over toward the divine abode's master and the others while her tail was just dragged against space. The divine abode's master and the others hadn't noticed, but Yang Yi had noticed that space was actually being sliced open by her tail. That tail was truly extraordinary. The divine abode's master and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces because they sensed danger from Aria. Suddenly, Dafeng said, "Let me try her strength." He stomped his right foot down and charged at Aria. Boundless fist intent erupted from Dafeng's fist. The fist intent was truly capable of shaking the world. Even Yang Yi had to admit that his fist intent was truly strong. Aria's face remained indifferent, and only coldness and indifference could be seen in her eyes. Yang Yi was prepared to lend her a hand at any moment. Meanwhile, the fist had arrived before Aria, and everyone watched as she stretched out her right claw. A moment later, they were all stunned. Even Yang Yi was stunned. Aria had actually stopped that terrifying punch. It couldn't move an inch forward. Once her claw grasped his fist, Dafeng's fist intent had completely vanished without a trace. It was like his fist intent had never existed. Dafeng was stunned. My attack just vanished like that? Meanwhile, Aria suddenly exerted force. Hiss. Dafeng's entire arm was forcefully pulled off his body. A moment later, Dafeng hadn't even been able to react before Aria slammed a punch against his chest. It was absolutely swift and powerful, and her claw just pierced straight through Dafeng's chest. At this moment, Dafeng finally recovered from his shock, but it was too late. Aria's left claw swiftly slammed down upon Dafeng's head. Bang! Dafeng's head exploded apart. It wasn't just his head. Even his body was obliterated before the force of the attack. Even his soul wasn't left behind. The divine abode's master and the others instantly revealed extremely unsightly expressions. A moment later, the divine abode's master gazed at Yang Yi and wondered why Yang Yi always had such terrifying existences by his side. Meanwhile, Aria gazed at the divine abode's master, causing the latter's expression to change drastically. An instant later, they joined forces, and numerous terrifying auras slammed down at Aria. At the same time, a pike tore through space toward Aria. Aria just stood there without dodging. Suddenly, an evil grin appeared on her lips, and then she opened her mouth and roared. Boom! Their auras were instantly obliterated before her roar. As for the pike, she didn't try to defend herself at all, and just allowed it to stab her chest. Crack! Aria was completely unharmed, but the pike broke. The divine abode's master stared at Aria. At this moment, she felt like she was dreaming. It broke just like that? The divine abode's master wasn't the only one. Even Yang Yi was completely stunned. He knew Aria's body was very terrifying, but it hadn't been this terrifying. Now, she had actually been able to forcefully resist an attack from the divine abode's master. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something. Chi Bitian had said that Aria had helped her once. At that time, Chi Bitian should have been in her prime, but Aria had still been able to help her. So, how terrifying had Aria been in the past? Meanwhile, Aria suddenly vanished on the spot. She was so swift that Yang Yi couldn't see her figure clearly. Boom. An explosion resounded in the distance, and then a peak Destiny Realm expert's body exploded apart and was obliterated. Even his soul hadn't been able to survive. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pointed at the divine abode's master, Aria. Kill him first. Aria swiftly gazed at the divine abode's master upon hearing Yang Yi, and the latter's expression changed drastically. Retreat. He turned around and fled upon giving the order. However, Aria was faster than him and appeared in front of him. Aria was about to attack when she suddenly looked to the side, and a ray of saber energy shot over. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she raised her palm and pushed it forward. Bang! The saber energy was blasted apart, but Aria was pushed around 300 m back. A man walked out slowly from the teleportation formation. It was Zhuamu. Aria had a ferocious grin on her face as she stomped her right foot down. Boom! It seemed like something in the world had been stomped into bits, and the end dimension gradually turned slightly ethereal. Zhuamu looked slightly to the side, and then he moved backward. Meanwhile, the expressions of the divine abode's master and the others had changed, and they retreated toward the end world. That stomp of hers had harmed the quintessence of the end dimension, and it had destroyed their barrier. In other words, they couldn't fight as they pleased anymore. Even Zhuamu didn't attack again and retreated instead. Those who'd never experienced that era would never be able to understand how terrifying destiny was. Of course, if they knew that Yang Yi was carrying one of them with him. Aria didn't just stop there. Her figure flashed, and she charged at Zhuamu. Zhuamu suddenly stopped before the teleportation formation, and then he turned around to face Aria while his saber emerged by 5 inches from its sheath. Hiss! A ray of saber energy flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Aria was back where she'd been a moment ago. There was a mark on her claw. Aria looked up into the distance. Zhuamu and the others had returned into the end world now. Aria was about to charge over when Yang Yi hurriedly stopped her. Even though she was absolutely strong, he could see that while she could crush ordinary peak Destiny Realm experts, she couldn't suppress an expert like Zhuamu. But he knew of at least 3 experts in the end world who were at Zhuamu's level. So, if they charged into the end world, they would probably not make it out alive. Aria patted her claws together and gazed at Yang Yi. Big brother Yang, am I formidable? Yang Yi smiled. You're formidable, much more formidable than me. She cracked a smile. If I'm formidable, then so are you. If you're formidable, then so am I. Yang Yi chuckled. He rubbed her head. Or to be more precise, it was her horns. Aria's face stiffened slightly when Yang Yi's hand touched her horns, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he left the end dimension with Aria. At this moment, he realized that he couldn't fight the end world on his own. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't annihilate those old geezers in the end world. He had to gather more help, and the first people he thought about were Chi Bitian and Tian Shou. If they returned, and then he went to seek help from Sky Maiden and Jianwudi. Besides that, he could get help from Shaji and Tsangmu too. Shaji and Tsangmu were experts that Chi Bitian had left to him. However, had never allowed them to join the battle. They were both at the peak of the Destiny realm, and each of them would have no problem fighting 2 experts in their realm of cultivation. It was pointless to make them help earlier. He wanted to keep them for a critical moment, so that he could give the experts of the end world a pleasant surprise. Yang Yi returned to the primordial pagoda with Air Eye. Or to be more precise, he returned to the wooden house with her. Once Aria arrived there, she gazed at Snowy first, but it didn't take long for her to move her gaze onto the woman in black. Aria clenched her claws. The woman in black tightened her grip on her sword. The atmosphere here instantly became tense. Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was asking Yang Yi what was wrong. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and was about to speak, but the woman in black suddenly gazed at him. What do you want to say? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I want to ask if we can remain at peace for now. Can you resolve the enmity between you and Arya at a later time? She replied coldly, What if I refuse? Yang Yi smiled. Arya is my friend. She laughed coldly. Allow me to be honest. Perhaps I would fear her when she was at her prime. But even 10 of her are no match for me now. Arya frowned. Do you want me to blast your head open? She clenched her right fist as she spoke. She wasn't joking. The woman in black laughed coldly and raised her sword. Come give it a try. Let's see if you blast my head open, or I cut off your horns. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 26, 63 Too Strong. Chapter 26, 63 Too Strong. A battle was on the verge of breaking out at any moment before the wooden house. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared between them. He glanced at the woman in black and said, Can you give me some face? She laughed coldly. Yang Yi felt quite helpless. Be reasonable. Fighting Arya now is pointless. Even if you want revenge, you should at least wait until she has recovered, right? If you fight her now, you're clearly bullying her, aren't you? The woman in black glanced coldly at Arya. Meanwhile, Arya frowned. Big brother Yang, who is this woman? She acts like she's really strong. Yang Yi walked over to Arya and whispered by her ear. She was abandoned by her lover. So, her temper is terrible right now. I know you're really sensible, so don't make a fuss about it with her. All right? Abandoned. Arya blinked, glanced at the woman in black, and said, I see. As the people of Big Sister Lianshuang's hometown say, she was dumped. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Arya was like a child, so her anger came quickly, but vanished quickly too. She ignored the woman in black and went off to play with Snowy. Only Yang Yi and the woman in black remained before the wooden house. She sat cross-legged in the house with her eyes closed. Yang Yi noticed that there was a type of mysterious energy flowing around her. Yang Yi remembered what the woman in white had told him. All of them possessed profound energy that was more extraordinary than primordial violet energy. However, the woman in black still hadn't left the primordial pagoda. Obviously, she hadn't recovered completely. Her injuries were definitely very serious, and they were absolutely not normal. Otherwise, based on her character, she would have attacked earlier. Moreover, she would have attacked in the end world as well. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. What is it? Yang Yi walked over to her, thought for a moment and said, I want to ask about something. Where did you send Tian Xiao and Qi Bitian? It was something Head always wanted to ask. She replied indifferently, I don't know. Yang Yi glanced at her. He didn't ask again and just left. She definitely wouldn't tell him. Based on her current state, if he found Tian Xiao and Qi Bitian, then she would definitely suffer. Especially when Arya was in the pagoda too. A short while later, Yang Yi returned to the woman in black. She frowned upon seeing Yang Yi return. Why do you keep coming back? Yang Yi chuckled embarrassedly and said, I want to seek your guidance on something. She replied coldly, I'm busy. Yang Yi spoke quite helplessly, sigh. If only little Qi was here. If she was here, I would definitely be able to improve tremendously. Ugh. He turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, Wait. Yang Yi grinned, but it quickly vanished. He turned around to gaze at her and feigned bewilderment. What is it? She gazed coldly at him. Qi Bitian can make you stronger? Yang Yi spoke as a matter of course, of course. Look at me now. I'm only this strong, and my sword is this pure because of her guidance. Now that I've lost her guidance. Sigh. The woman in black ridiculed. You're really thick-skinned to think that your sword is pure. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she flicked her sword forward. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He immediately drew his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away. He was blasted all the way out of the sword sect. A short while later, Yang Yi returned to the wooden house. At this moment, his right hand was still trembling incessantly. He couldn't stop it from trembling. She spoke indifferently. What do you think? Yang Yi spoke sincerely, very strong. It's the strongest sword attack I've ever seen. He naturally had to flatter her at a time like this. The woman was clearly very satisfied by his praise, and the coldness on her face faded quite a bit. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, "Why was that attack so strong?" She glanced at him. "Want to learn?" Yang Yi nodded. She said calmly, "Take me to a place." She had conditions. Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. She really isn't stupid. The woman waved her right hand, and Yang Yi's myriad world diagram appeared before her. She glanced at it, and then she flipped it over. There was nothing on the back of it. Yang Yi gazed at her with slight bewilderment. She waved her hand. Suddenly, 5 pitch-black spots appeared on the back of the myriad world diagram, one on each corner, and a last one at the center. She pointed at one of them and said, "Take me here." Yang Yi took the myriad world diagram from her. Even he hadn't noticed that these dots were present on the back of the diagram. He fell silent for a short while before he gazed at her. "Can we teleport over there?" She shook her head. "You're too weak." Yang Yi was quite speechless. "I'm weak, but you aren't," she replied coldly. "What's with all the nonsense? Are you going to take me there or not?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A short while later, Yang Yi said, I can go there, but I'm sure you've realized that I'm being hunted by so many people. I'm very afraid." She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "We'll make it worth your while, all right?" Yang Yi blinked. "How?" She replied indifferently, "You're at the destiny realm, but your foundation and experience are insufficient. Even your cultivation is terrible. Ordinary destiny realm cultivators may be no match for you, but if you encounter experts like that saber cultivator from before, you'll be no match for them. Their cultivations have reached their own limits." She gazed at Yang Yi at this point. "If you want to benefit and grow stronger, then take me there." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "One last question. You must tell me what that place is." She remained silent. Yang Yi asked, "You can't say?" She replied indifferently, "I can." Those places on the back of the myriad world diagram are called destiny dimensions. They are dimensions I created when I was in my strongest form. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. "You created them yourself?" She explained, "I was too strong at that time. The entire 3-dimensional universe couldn't accommodate my presence. So, I had no choice but to split myself, weaken my strength, and create those places. Understand?" Yang Yi had quite an unusual expression on his face. Too strong. The 3-dimensional universe couldn't accommodate her presence. How strong was Destiny's original form? Even the 3-dimensional universe couldn't accommodate her presence? Wasn't she a little too strong? Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. He already knew what he should know. Once he left the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi immediately rushed toward the Destiny dimension, the end world. Explosions resounded incessantly in the sky above the end world. It went on for around 2 hours before the sky gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, a figure appeared there in the air. It was Yin Yang Goddess. Yin Yang Goddess glanced at the sky and smiled. "Hung Wangu, your strength has risen rapidly over the years." A voice resounded. "Yin Yang Goddess, I've already said what I should. If you continue causing trouble, then don't blame us for showing no mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, a man appeared before Yin Yang Goddess. Tai Huntian, the same Tai Huntian Yang Yi had rescued the other day. Now, he was part of the end world. Besides that, Zhuamu had appeared behind her. Yin Yang Goddess laughed coldly. "Bullying me with numbers? Just you wait. Everyone has some friends." She turned around and vanished on the spot. Tai Huntian spoke coldly. "We should have killed that fellow." Zhuamu shook his head slightly and left. Hung Wangu said, "If she is easy to kill, we naturally would have. The problem is that she's not easy to kill. Moreover, Yang Yi is our target." Tai Huntian glanced at the surroundings and asked, "How much longer will this place last?" Hung Wangu replied, 6 months at most. Tai Huntian frowned. There were 2 types of situations for the Destiny realm experts of this world. One was being strong enough to fight Destiny, and even if they couldn't defeat Destiny, they could escape her. Chi-Bitian and Yin-Yang goddess were existences like that. As for the other situation, it was where they were no match for destiny and couldn't escape her either. Most of the existences in the end world were in the second situation. Tai Huntian glanced at the surroundings and said, "Is there no way to save this place?" "There is." Hung Wangu explained, "Use the sprite progenitor as the core of a formation, and then force her to provide an endless supply of spirit energy. It may be possible to save this place that way." Tai Huntian said, "I guess you already have a plan." A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded, "We're just waiting for someone." The desolate dimension. After the battle at Eternal Border, the desolate dimension had vanished from the eye of the public. At a hall in the desolate race, the current patriarch of the desolate race, Huang Ying, was seated at the seat of the host while Huang Buer sat beside him. All the experts of the desolate race were gathered here. The atmosphere in the hall was quite heavy. It was their first meeting since the battle. Suddenly, Huang Ying stood up. "Our desolate race will never shrink back. Either Eternal Kingdom falls, or we die." Huang Buer glanced at him and remained silent. A short moment of silence filled the hall, and then all of them bowed in unison. "Our desolate race will fight the Eternal Kingdom to the death." Suddenly, a man walked in and fell to one knee. "Patriarch, someone outside seeks an audience with you." Huang Ying asked, "Who?" The man replied. He introduced himself as the patriarch of the undying race. Chapter 2664, All of You Deserve Death. Chapter 2664, All of You Deserve Death. The undying race's patriarch? Huang Ying frowned slightly, fell silent for a moment and said, "Invite him in." A short while later, a middle-aged man entered the hall. It was the undying race's patriarch, Feng Yihan. If Yang Yi was here, he would definitely be shocked. After all, Tian Xiao had been hunting him. However, she seemed to have failed because had been constantly hiding. Coupled with the fact that Tian Xiao had been distracted while trying to help him, the undying race's patriarch had been able to escape death. Since then, the undying race had vanished from the world and never shown itself again. Now, had shown himself once more. Once he entered the hall, the gazes of everyone here fell upon him. An unfathomable aura. It was what they sensed from him. Huang Buer glanced at Feng Yihan and was slightly surprised. Huang Ying said, "Why have you come here?" A moment of silence ensued, and then he suddenly said, "To discuss something important." Huang Ying asked, "What?" Feng Yihan replied, "To take over Eternal Kingdom." Huang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he grinned. "We welcome you." In a boundless expanse of the starry sky, Yang Yi shot through there on his sword while leaving behind a deep mark in space. The Destiny Dimension. His destination was the Destiny Dimension. Actually, he wanted to have a look at the Destiny Dimension for himself. After all, Destiny had created it at her prime, so it was definitely different from other spaces. Yang Yi stopped around 4 hours later. At this moment, he was at a pitch-black expanse of space, and he could faintly see some starlight beyond the pitch-black space. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and asked, "That Destiny realm of yours is here?" The woman in black's voice suddenly resounded, "Pass through this area." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "This place feels strange to me. What are you afraid of?" She suddenly spoke angrily, "You are carrying 2 of the best swords in this world. Can you stop being so cowardly?" "Is that being cowardly?" Yang Yi's face darkened. "She has such a terrible temper. Did she drink the wrong milk as a child?" A short while later, Yang Yi continued forward, because he noticed that he really didn't have anything to fear. With those 2 swords in his possession, he should be fine unless he encountered one of those abnormal old geezers. Not long after, Yang Yi's feeling that something wasn't right grew stronger and stronger, because there was a mysterious aura in the surroundings. Suddenly, a low gasp resounded in Yang Yi's ear. Yang Yi was stunned. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps resounded from afar. Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then he issued a command in his heart. A sword shot forward from his waist. Hiss. The sound of something being torn open resounded. At the same time, the area ahead was lit up by his sword energy. At this moment, Yang Yi saw a monster. It seemed human, but its skin was dry, like a mummy. It was around 3 times the height of a normal person, with very long hands that were practically dragged against the ground. Besides that, Yang Yi saw 2 rays of sword energy on its feet. They were like chains that nailed it there. Meanwhile, the mummy suddenly swung a punch. Boom! Yang Yi's sword was blasted away. Yang Yi caught his sword. The sword was covered in some kind of mysterious dark yellow gas, and it was madly corroding his sword. Unfortunately, they failed to truly corrode his sword and were obliterated by the energy within it instead. After all, it was Heaven Executor. However, Yang Yi still felt a strand of lingering fear. The gas from before felt dangerous to him, and if it struck him, he would have probably been corroded in an instant. His body couldn't endure it at all. Yang Yi looked up at the mysterious monster while a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, the monster leaped up and pounced at him. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He leaped up, grabbed his sword with both hands, and slashed. A head-on collision. He was holding Heaven Executor, so what did he have to fear? Yang Yi's sword descended. Hiss! Bam! A figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi. He was blasted very far away, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from him once he stopped himself. The mummy's strength far surpassed his expectations. Yang Yi looked up at it and spoke solemnly. What is that monster? The woman in black spoke with indifference from within the primordial pagoda. See the sword energy on its feet? They have shackled it, causing it to be only capable of using around 30 or 40% of its strength. If it isn't shackled by them, then 30 or 40% of its strength. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. She's trying to strike a blow to my confidence on purpose. However, the monster before him was extremely strong indeed. Meanwhile, the monster charged at him once more. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He was about to attack when Arya appeared before him. She gazed at the monster with indifference, and she suddenly swung a punch when it arrived before her. Bang! A resounding explosion resounded, and then a black shadow was blasted away. It was the monster. However, Arya had been pushed around 10 back too. Of course, Arya had the absolute advantage. Arya patted her palms together and gazed at the monster while a wisp of disdain arose on her lips. Trash! Snowy suddenly jumped with joy and clapped repeatedly within the wooden house. Obviously, she was cheering for Arya. Meanwhile, the woman in black glanced at Snowy. Snowy blinked and slowed down her clapping, but she was still clapping. It was just quite slow. She gazed at the woman in black for quite some time before she cracked a smile and seemed as if she was asking why the woman was looking at her. The woman's face twitched. In the end, she moved her gaze away. She really couldn't deal with the little fellow. Outside the primordial pagoda, the monster didn't attack again once Arya appeared. It gazed at Arya for a long time, and then it turned around and left. A short while later, it vanished from Yang Yi and Arya's view. Arya gazed at Yang Yi. Big brother Yang, am I amazing? Yang Yi smiled. Yes, you're very amazing. She nodded with satisfaction and returned to the pagoda. Yang Yi rubbed his nose, shook his head, and smiled. A short while later, he continued forward, and the monster didn't appear again. Some time later, the woman in black's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Stop! Yang Yi stopped. There was a black vortex ahead. Yang Yi was about to enter it when she suddenly said, Watch out! Yang Yi's expression changed. Meanwhile, a powerful suction force suddenly surged out from the vortex. Yang Yi hurriedly moved back. At the same time, he swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy shot forward. But in just a short while, the sword energy was obliterated by the suction force, and Yang Yi was around 1 kilometer away. As soon as Yang Yi stopped, the space around him shook, and then he noticed that the space here was being fortified repeatedly. In just an instant, it had been fortified to a terrifying degree. Moreover, 10 flags had appeared around him. They were of multiple colors. As soon as they appeared, the entire world underwent a slight change. It was sealed off. Yang Yi felt like the entire area around him had been transformed into a sealed-off expanse of space. It was completely sealed off. In short, The space he resided in was comparable to the End World. Obviously, it was the End World's doing. Only they were capable of such extravagance. Sure enough, a middle-aged man walked out of the black vortex. It was the divine abode's master whom had fought on multiple occasions. Moreover, others were emerging from behind him. In just a short while, there were 12 people by his sides. Every one of them was at the peak of the destiny realm, and he even saw some familiar faces like Shui Wubian. Meanwhile, Arya appeared by Yang Ye's side. She gazed coldly and indifferently at the divine abode's master and the others, but her eyes had turned scarlet red. She was the most dangerous right now. The divine abode's master and the others noticed Arya, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. They had experienced how terrifying she was. Luckily, they were fully prepared. Meanwhile, two figures appeared out of thin air on either side of Yang Yi and Arya. They were Tai Huntian and Zhuamu. As soon as they appeared, their auras immediately locked onto Arya. Obviously, they were here for her. Besides that, Yang Yi and Arya still sensed an extremely powerful aura in the surroundings. The owner of it was hidden in the surroundings, but that existence hadn't concealed their aura. The divine abode's master gazed at Yang Yi and laughed coldly. Yang Yi. Oh, Yang Yi. See the space around you? The space here has been fortified, and this area has been concealed from the workings of the heavens. Even if destiny passed through from above, she still wouldn't sense anything that's happening in here. Even God can't save you now. Yang Yi had indifference on his face. In the primordial pagoda and within the wooden house, the woman in black was livid while killing intent surged within her eyes. You bastards! I'm just going home. Damn it. You deserve death. All of you deserve death. Chapter 26:65 Fusion. Chapter 26:65 Fusion. At this moment, the killing intent in the woman in black's eyes was simply material. She had to return to the destiny dimension. She could only truly heal rapidly in there, and it allowed her to avoid certain existences. She had finally arrived right before it, yet now, these people were obstructing her. It was obvious how furious she felt right now. In the wooden house, Snowy quickly nodded to display her agreement upon hearing the woman. After that, she went over to the woman, took her sword, and was about to leave. The woman suddenly stopped Snowy. What are you doing? Snowy blinked and waved the sword. She was saying that she was going to fight. The corners of her eyes twitched. What the heck can you do? You'll just be killed out there. Snowy thought for a moment, and then she placed the sword before the woman to say that she should do it instead. The woman in black didn't take the sword. She fell silent instead. A short while later, she gazed at Snowy. I need spirit energy. Give me more. I can't stay outside for too long, so I must kill them upon leaving this place. Snowy hurriedly nodded, and then she opened her little mouth and spirit energy surged madly toward the woman. Endless spirit energy surged to her. Meanwhile, threads of mysterious spirit energy appeared around her. Snowy blinked, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. She gazed at the woman in black. She glanced at Snowy and spoke indifferently. First heaven profound energy. It's the first type of profound energy in the three-dimensional universe. It's practically extinct now. Snowy thought for a moment and pointed at herself. She was asking if she could have some. She could multiply it infinitely. The woman fell silent for quite some time before she said, They'll give you some later. Snowy nodded and continued sending spirit energy to her. She had to help the woman in black recover quickly. Only then could the woman in black go outside to help Yang Yi and Arya. Outside the primordial pagoda, the situation was very clear. Overwhelming strength. Even though he had Arya by his side, the end-world strength was still overwhelming. After all, Yang Yi only had Arya's help. Based on the current situation, Yang Ye's side had no chance to win. However, the woman in black's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Ye's mind. 1 hour. Delay them for an hour, and he'll teach them a lesson. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Since she was willing to help, it was obviously for the best. But why an hour? Damn it. Can you not put me in such a terrible situation? Yang Yi cursed inwardly. An hour? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Based on the forces here, not to mention an hour. Even 15 minutes was difficult to delay. Moreover, once the battle began, Arya would definitely be in danger. Arya wasn't invincible right now. Tai Huntian, Zwamu, and that expert hidden in the shadows were absolutely capable of killing Arya. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment. Right when Arya was about to attack, he suddenly stopped her, and she gazed at him with bewilderment. Yang Yi grinned. "Let me do it." As he spoke, he pulled Arya behind him and walked toward the divine abode's master and the others. "I know I can't survive this. At any rate, I'm still someone of some status after all my years of cultivation. So I wonder if you'll let me have one request before I die?" The divine abode's master laughed coldly. "Yang Yi, it's a rare moment to see you know your own limitations. Go on, tell us what you want." Yang Yi chuckled, and then he gazed at Tai Huntian. "I want to fight him in single combat." Tai Huntian's eyes narrowed slightly. The divine abode's master glanced at Tai Huntian and gazed at Yang Yi. "Why?" Yang Yi cracked a smile. "I rescued him that day, but I never expected him to turn against me. I really can't stand the sight of him. So, I want to fight him." The divine abode's master spoke coldly. "Yang Yi, we don't want to waste time with you. We..." Suddenly, Tai Huntian interrupted the divine abode's master. "I'll fight him." The divine abode's master frowned slightly. "Senior Tai, delaying gives time for many unexpected turns. We don't have to waste time on him." Tai Huntian laughed coldly. "What can possibly happen? All of us are here. Even Chi Bitian wouldn't be able to save him. He's dead. Or perhaps all of you won't even have to fight because I'll deal with him myself." The divine abode's master wanted to say more, but Tai Huntian suddenly gazed at him. "What? You think that I'm no match for him?" The divine abode's master shook his head. "Not at all. I just don't want to delay." Tai Huntian replied indifferently. "Don't worry, killing him won't take long." He shot over to Yang Yi and glanced at the latter. "You rescued me, but I helped you kill one person. We're already even. Now, you're responsible for your own fate." The space around him shook once he finished speaking. A moment later, a black shadow shot toward Yang Yi. It was Tai Huntian. Along with the arrival of the black shadow, a stand of dense death energy enveloped Yang Yi. It was so dense it was simply unprecedented for Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Even Yang Yi didn't know how many times Head actually swung his sword. Head immediately used a trump card. When facing an expert like Tai Huntian, he couldn't be careless at all, nor did he dare to hold back. Boom! At the instant Yang Yi attacked, it was like a thunderclap resounded. The space here shook, and then countless cracks appeared. But just a moment later, the cracks vanished, and space was fully restored. Meanwhile, Tai Huntian and Yang Yi had split apart. They were around 300 m away from each other. Yang Yi's face was turning black. Fortunately, he had countless strands of primordial violet energy flowing around him. While they couldn't fully dispel the death energy, they could resist it. If he didn't have the primordial violet energy, he would definitely die. Meanwhile, an extremely deep injury had appeared on Tai Huntian's palm, and it was so deep his bones were visible. Blood flowed incessantly from it. Tai Huntian's face was extremely gloomy. He gazed at Yang Yi's sword. At this moment, there was solemnness and fear in his eyes. That sword had sliced through his death energy. His death energy couldn't resist it at all unless his strength far surpassed Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi was at the destiny realm right now, and Yang Yi wasn't weak either. Moreover, his attainments in the sword Dao weren't weak either. Coupled with his dual intents and dual domains, even an expert like Tai Huntian had to be careful against Yang Yi. Tai Huntian waved his hand, and the injury there started to heal slowly. While it was very slow, the bleeding had stopped at least. It was being stopped by a strand of black energy. He walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. "You really do have some strength." As soon as he finished speaking, an ethereal face appeared behind him. It was Tai Huntian's face. A spirit. Head split his spirit from his body. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword sheath while boundless slaughter intent and sword intent surged into it. Yang Yi showed no hesitation in a battle against an old geezer like Tai Huntian. If he didn't rely on Heaven Executor, he would have no chance to win. Because Heaven Executor was a huge threat to Tai Huntian and the others, they had no choice but to fear it. Meanwhile, Tai Huntian's figure suddenly shook, and then the space around Yang Yi was torn open. A moment later, a figure appeared before Yang Yi and clawed at him with two hands. Actually, it was just one hand that had clawed at him, but one was a real hand while the other was ethereal. Body and soul were overlapped. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly while his figure moved sideways slightly. A moment later, he drew his sword and swung it. The domain sword. Hiss. The hands were instantly sliced open. However, another hand slammed against his chest at the same time. It was extremely swift. Yang Yi didn't attempt to dodge it at all, and he just stabbed his sword forward with both hands. The sword was longer than a hand. Tai Huntian was clearly aware of that, so at the instant Yang Yi stabbed at him, Head moved his hand upward and grabbed Heaven Executor. Close quarters combat. Yang Yi felt like his sword couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, a strand of dense death energy and a wave of powerful soul energy instantly surged out of Tai Huntian. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and then he let go of Heaven Executor. A moment later, another sword appeared in his grasp. Past life. Yang Yi moved forward and swung a horizontal slash. Hiss. The soul energy and death energy weren't sliced apart upon touching the past life. They just vanished and were obliterated. The sword shot straight at Tai Huntian's stomach. Tai Huntian's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and he was about to retreat. However, Yang Yi grabbed Heaven Executor with his right hand and pulled it toward him. Tai Huntian was shocked. He immediately released Heaven Executor and flashed backward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of him. Yang Yi was holding a sword in each hand. Dual swords. Very few knew that Yang Yi had created his own madness sword technique and dual sword style. At this moment, Yang Yi was using both of them. Hiss, 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 hiss. Everything was sliced apart in Yang Yi's wake, and Tai Huntian was pushed back repeatedly. At this moment, he didn't seem like an expert at all, and he was panicking like a weakling. Tai Huntian didn't dare to go head-on against Yang Yi because both those swords were insane. He was being pushed back repeatedly. Finally, Tai Huntian's voice resounded. "Are you still going to continue watching?" As soon as he said that, a ray of saber energy flashed. At the same time, numerous powerful auras and pressures slammed down at Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Once he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth, and there was an extremely deep saber injury on his chest. That saber attack had almost split him into two. The Divine Abode's master's eyes narrowed slightly. Attack together. They'll kill you. Meanwhile, Tai Huntian suddenly charged at Yang Yi again. This time, he wasn't afraid because he had around a dozen experts to support him. Tai Huntian led the charge with a ferocious expression on his face. "So what if your dual swords are formidable? I have the numbers." Meanwhile, a woman in black appeared in front of Yang Yi. The woman in black gazed coldly at Tai Huntian, and then she waved her right hand. Heaven Executor and Past Life immediately appeared in her grasp. After that, the two swords and her own black sword shook violently, and then they merged together. Chapter 2666 Because You're Dumb. Chapter 2666 Because You're Dumb. Fusion. The three swords had merged into one. At the instant they merged, a sword howl resounded through the world. Crack. In an instant, the impregnable pocket of space here was instantly cracked apart. The flags that were locking down the surroundings were instantly obliterated as well. At this moment, the Divine Abode's master and the others stopped. Even Zwamu stopped. However, it was too late for Tai Huntian, who was leading the charge. Because had been charging too quickly. Tai Huntian's eyes had instantly opened wide upon seeing the woman in black. It was like he'd seen a ghost. At the same time, the ferocious expression on his face had been replaced by terror. Extreme terror. Destiny. Why had he fallen into such a state all those years ago? It was because he felt that he was very formidable and challenged destiny. Yes, Head challenged this woman, and then he suffered. Now, the reason Head joined the End World was because he hoped to hide from destiny. However, destiny had emerged from within Yang Yi. What the heck? That was Tai Hunshin's last thought. At the moment the swords had merged, the woman in black suddenly flashed forward with a sword in her grasp. Hiss! She appeared not too far behind Tai Huntian, and Tai Huntian was still charging forward behind her. It didn't take long for him to arrive before Yang Yi. As soon as Tai Hunshin's figure stopped, a drop of blood appeared on his forehead. He stared blankly at Yang Yi. Why? Yang Yi replied indifferently, because you're dumb. Tai Huntian was at a loss for words. Just like that, everyone watched as Tai Hunshin's figure turned ethereal, and it didn't take long for this ancient overlord to vanish from the world. He was dead. Actually, Tai Huntian had used his full strength at the critical moment, but his death energy and soul energy were instantly obliterated upon appearing before the woman in black. They were like trash before her sword, utterly weak and useless. After she killed Tai Huntian with a single swing of the sword, the woman in black gazed at the divine abode's master and the others. Go on. You bastards are the best at causing trouble. Go on. Cause more trouble. The divine abode's master and the others' expressions were extremely unsightly. At this moment, they were utterly stunned. Destiny. What was she doing here? Why was she here? It was unusual. Suddenly, Shui Wubian said, Yang Yi is in the destiny realm too. Why don't you kill him? Yang Yi shrugged. Let me answer you. It's because I'm handsome. Understand? The woman in black glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and he smiled embarrassedly before moving aside. It was best not to provoke her right now. She moved her gaze away and looked at Shui Wubian. A moment later, she vanished on the spot. Shui Wubian's expression changed drastically, and he instantly unleashed the water domain. At the same time, an endless stream of boundless water formed a thick wall of water in front of him. The others watched as the thick wall of boundless water was instantly sliced open. The woman in black was too fast. They only saw a ray of light and couldn't see her figure. A short while later, she was behind Shui Wubian, and then a moment later, Shui Wubian's head fell off his neck. Hiss! Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Shui Wubian's body gradually turned ethereal and vanished. It wasn't just the divine abode's master and the others whose expressions changed from the sight of this. Even Yang Yes had changed. Her strength was abnormally formidable. She glanced at the bloody head to the side and said, Whether I kill him or not is none of your business. Watch your mouth. Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on her shoulder. The divine abode's master and the others' eyes burned with greed when they saw Snowy. The sprite progenitor. That little fellow was their target. Now, that little fellow was right in front of them, but they could do nothing about it. Snowy glanced at them, and then she pointed at the woman in black before pointing at herself again. It was obvious that she was telling them that she was with the woman in black. The divine abode's master and the others' expressions turned extremely unsightly. According to my knowledge, the sprite progenitor's main body fought you countless times all those years ago. So why are both of you together now? The woman in black glanced coldly at the divine abode's master. You don't like it? Then fight me. The divine abode's master was stunned speechless. Yang Yi couldn't bear to watch. She was really bullying them. Retreat. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from the vortex they'd appeared from earlier. It was Hung Wanga's voice. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurriedly said, Don't let them go. Kill them all. The woman in black glanced at him. You do it. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. Calm down. You make the decisions, they'll just watch. Meanwhile, the divine abode's master and the others were retreating. They would naturally not try to fight at a time like this. What a joke. How were they supposed to fight? Tai Huntian and Shui Wubian were killed in an instant. Run. The woman in black moved her gaze away from Yang Yi and looked at the divine abode's master and the others. At this moment, some of them had entered the pitch-black vortex. She took a step forward, and at the same time, Zhuamu, who was halfway in the vortex, suddenly stopped. He turned around swiftly and swung his saber. Head drawn his entire saber. A ray of saber energy flashed. It was so powerful that it was simply unprecedented to Yang Yi. If he was facing this attack, he wasn't confident in being able to stop it at all. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zhua clan's berserk saber. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed forward and slashed. Hiss. The saber energy was sliced apart by her sword while her figure moved 30 m back. Zhuamu didn't attack again after swinging his saber, and Head turned around and entered the vortex instead. The woman in black didn't go after him. She just looked up toward outer space. The space there suddenly trembled, and then a vortex formed. The woman in black slapped Snowy on the butt, and it slapped her all the way back into the primordial pagoda. In the wooden house within the primordial pagoda, Snowy rolled multiple times. The woman in black glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Let me see what right you had to be chosen by her." As soon as she finished speaking, she entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at Arya and said, "Go inside." Arya shook her head. Yang Yi's face instantly turned cold. "Go inside." He was angry. It was the first time Arya had seen Yang Yi get angry at her. She felt quite aggrieved. But Yang Yi's face grew colder. "Hurry up." Arya hesitated for a moment and said, "Big brother Yang, be careful." She entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi looked up. That mysterious existence up there was one that even the woman in black feared. Obviously, it was not someone easy to deal with. But it couldn't be helped. He had to deal with it. A short while later, a pair of eyes appeared high above. The eyes looked down like a god looking down upon mortals. Indifference. This kind of gaze absolutely displeased Yang Yi. It was like everything was absolutely insignificant before these eyes. The eyes glanced at the surroundings and noticed nothing. Yang Yi looked up at the eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with terror, and his body was shivering. The eyes looked down for a long time. At this moment, Yang Yi felt a strand of mysterious energy appear around him. He felt like he was translucent before it, and all his secrets were visible to the owner of the eyes. Something worth mentioning was that the primordial pagoda was closed, and even he couldn't sense its presence. However, the eyes didn't leave as it previously had. It remained high above with its gaze locked on him. It had sensed its target twice. While it had failed to locate its target both times, Yang Yi was present at the scene on both occasions. It had realized that something was off. Suddenly, a wave of powerful pressure slammed down from above, and then it enveloped Yang Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi was pressed down to the ground. It had instantly acted against him. Yang Yi's face was extremely unsightly. He wanted to fight back, but the strength of it told him that he was powerless against it. Even the woman in black was hiding from this existence, so how could he fight it? Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "Where is she?" It was quite low, as if it came out from a jar, and it felt indescribably oppressive and heavy. That existence up there was here for the woman in black. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy and Arya were about to leave the pagoda, but they couldn't because the woman in black had sealed it off. Arya brought Snowy to the wooden house, and she gazed coldly at the woman in black. "Open it up right now, or I'll punch your head apart." The woman replied indifferently, "To be honest, I really want to open it up so that you can fight that existence up there. However, whenever I think about how you'll be killed by that existence, I don't feel like opening this place up anymore. Do you know why? Because I want to kill you myself once you're at your prime." Arya clenched her fists and was about to attack. She was extremely violent as well, and she usually attacked for the slightest disagreement. The woman in black wasn't afraid at all. She may fear Arya a little if the latter was at her prime, but Arya didn't even have a third of her full strength. Thus, the woman in black didn't fear Arya at all. Right when they were about to fight, Snowy suddenly appeared between them. She pointed one paw at Arya and the other at the woman in black, and then she started waving them swiftly. A short while later, the woman in black spoke coldly, "Can't you speak?" Arya gazed at Snowy too. "Snowy, you should learn how to speak." Snowy blinked and opened her mouth. No sound came from her, but based on it moved, she was saying, "I can speak. Don't fight." Arya felt speechless. The woman in black's face had darkened too. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Ye's entire body started to crack apart, inch by inch. The pressure was growing increasingly stronger. He was slowly dying. A short while later, Yang Yi raised his hands. I surrender. I've surrendered, so spare me, all right? Chapter 26-67 Merge. Chapter 26-67 Merge. Surrender. The eyes high above seemed as if it hadn't heard Yang Yi and just gazed coldly at him. Meanwhile, the pressure around Yang Yi was growing heavier. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking came from Yang Yi. A ferocious smile curled up on his lips. Bow down? No, that was something which didn't exist to him. The pair of eyes wanted the woman in black's location, and he naturally couldn't tell it. Not because he was close to her, but because he had to take her side at a time like this. Because even if he told the eyes where she was, the eyes would not spare him. Conversely, even if the eyes decided to spare him, the woman in black may not spare him. On the other hand, even if he died right now, the woman in black was very likely to protect the primordial pagoda and the others within it. So, he couldn't say anything no matter what. He could only take her side. Crack. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure was flat on the space beneath him. The bones throughout his body were broken. But during this time, Yang Yi gritted his teeth and remained completely silent. However, the pressure was still there, and it was growing stronger. Sword intent and slaughter intent were useless at this moment. Both of them were obliterated as soon as they emerged from him. He couldn't fight back at all before the pair of eyes. Yang Yi was filled with bitterness. Had always felt that he was very strong, but the cruel truth before him was telling him that he wasn't that strong. There were too many existences in this world who were stronger than him. At this moment, Yang Yi thought of many people. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die. A person's desire to live was limitless. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and a ray of sword intent surged out from Yang Yi. This time, the sword intent wasn't obliterated by the pressure and shot up into outer space. It was shooting straight for the eyes. But just a moment later, it was obliterated. Yang Ye's bones were completely broken to the point his body was like mush. But at this moment, his sword intent was extremely sharp and simply capable of piercing the sky. His sword intent was absolutely formidable. However, it was so weak in the eyes of those eyes. Suddenly, a huge, pitch-black finger appeared above, and it descended from above like a sword. Its descent was extremely calm, like it didn't exist in three-dimensional space. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood. The existence above wasn't a being of the three-dimensional universe. It made sense because there were practically no existences in the three-dimensional universe that could instill such fear in the woman in black. Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he sensed the finger descend. Is this really the end for me? Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly and spoke to the woman in black. Protect the primordial pagoda and everything within it. Otherwise, they'll come look for you once I'm reincarnated. In the primordial pagoda, Arya had a ferocious expression on her face. If the woman in black still refused to unlock the pagoda, then she would truly go all out. The person she cared about the most in this world was her grandfather, and once her grandfather passed away, she cared about Yang Yi and Snowy the most. They were her closest family. Snowy had her paws clenched tight too. The woman in black fell silent for a moment, and then she grabbed the merged sword before her. Right when she was about to do something, she suddenly looked up. Outside the primordial pagoda, the huge finger suddenly stopped, and a bamboo chest had appeared below it. The bamboo chest had forced it to a stop. Meanwhile, the eyes in the sky moved to the side. There was an old man where the eyes gaze stopped. The old man with the bamboo chest. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and looked up at the eyes. I'll play with you. He waved his right hand. Bang! The bamboo chest shot up into the air and blasted the finger apart, and then the old man vanished into outer space with the bamboo chest. Meanwhile, the eyes gradually turned ethereal, and the area above returned to normal. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Had survived. Meanwhile, Snowy and Arya appeared by his side. Arya's face was covered in ferocity when she saw the state Yang Yi was in. Big brother Yang. They'll go avenge you. Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Stop her." Snowy reacted very quickly and hurriedly grabbed Aria's horn to stop her. Yang Yi said, "Don't be rash, Aria." Aria clenched her fists while a vicious aura surged incessantly from her. What a hot-headed girl. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. She had a terrible temper. A short while later, all three of them returned to the pagoda. Snowy started to treat Yang Yi. Aria was still quite angry. The woman in black glanced at Aria. "What's the point in being angry? You're still no match for it." Aria gazed at her. "Am no match for it, but neither are you, right?" The woman in black laughed coldly. "I may be able to try, but you don't even have the right to try now." Aria clenched her fists. "Are you asking for a beating?" The woman in black laughed coldly. "I am. Please do it." Aria suddenly charged at her. The woman in black raised her sword and charged at Aria. It was like the meeting of water and oil. "Stop!" Yang Yi's furious shout suddenly resounded. Aria stopped upon hearing Yang Yi, and the woman in black stopped when she saw Aria stop. Aria glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Big brother Yang, let me beat her up. She's asking for it." The woman in black smiled coldly while holding her sword in hand. Yang Yi sighed inwardly. "Aria, you may not even be a match for her. If you were, I would have definitely allowed you to teach her a nice lesson." Yang Yi gestured for Aria to come over to him, and she didn't resist. She walked over obediently to Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned. "Let's not fight each other for now, all right? Our true enemy is out there. So, if you want to fight, you can fight next time, all right?" Aria felt quite helpless. "Fine, but I really can't stand the sight of her." Yang Yi couldn't do anything about that. He felt the same too, and he wanted to beat up the woman in black. The problem was that he couldn't. He had to stay calm at a time like this. Recuperate. Yang Yi continued recuperating while the sparks of war between the woman in black and Aria faded for now. However, both of them couldn't stand the sight of each other, so it was only a matter of time before they fought again. Yang Yi couldn't do anything about that. All he could do was delay it, and it would be best if he could delay it until Aria was a match for the woman in black. If he were being honest, he wanted Aria to win. Even though his injuries were severe, he had primordial violet energy, so it wasn't a huge problem. Conversely, Head gained a little. Head noticed that his sword intent had undergone some changes after being suppressed by that pressure, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact changes. He noticed that after he became a sword cultivator, every change in his mental state would alter his cultivation in the sword Tao. As they said, a sword cultivator cultivated the heart. Around 6 hours later, Yang Yi was finally almost fully healed. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while he emanated extremely sharp sword intent. This sword intent was much sharper than before. Previously, his slaughter intent had been slightly superior to his sword intent. Yet now, his sword intent showed signs of being superior to his slaughter intent. As a sword cultivator, that was naturally a good thing. An hour later, Yang Yi stood up and went over to the wooden house with Snowy. Once they entered the house, their gazes immediately fell on the 3 swords before the woman. At this moment, they had split into 3 swords again. Yang Yi glanced at the sword and asked, "They can merge?" The woman in black replied coldly, "Why not? Why can't they merge?" Yang Yi was quite speechless. "What did I do to offend you now? You really have a terrible temper." Meanwhile, Snowy took the swords and had curiosity all over her face. The woman in black glanced at Snowy and didn't stop her. Even the woman in black felt very speechless when facing this little fellow before her. Snow wasn't the same sprite progenitor she knew. Yang Yi cracked a smile. "Right? You were amazing when you instantly killed Tai Huntian. I was truly stunned by the grace of that attack." The woman in black replied indifferently, "It was a very ordinary attack." Yang Yi chuckled, Of course. If you were at your peak, killing them would have been like slaughtering chickens, right?" The woman in black glanced at him. "Stop trying to flatter me. It won't work." Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head and spoke sincerely. Not at all. I'm not trying to flatter you. They are my own sincere feelings. I'm serious." The woman's face remained indifferently. She glanced at the 3 swords Snowy was holding and said, these three swords were always one. Because it was too strong and posed a threat to the world's balance, I split it apart when I split myself apart. So, it's very normal for it to be able to merge. Yang Yi nodded. Then can I merge them too? She glanced at him and said, I'm afraid you can't. In this world, only me and the other forms of me are able to merge it. Yang Yi was quite disappointed. Meanwhile, she added, however, if I teach you how, you can do it too. Suddenly, Snowy waved her little paw, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the three swords suddenly merged into one. At this moment, Yang Yi glanced at the woman in black with quite a weird expression on his face. Meanwhile, the woman in black's face was absolutely dark. Chapter 26:68 Destiny Dimension. Chapter 26:68 Destiny Dimension. Yang Yi was quite stunned too. Snowy had actually merged those three swords. How did she do it? Snowy's eyes lit up when she saw them merge into one, and then she knocked the blade lightly with her paw. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi with excitement all over her face. Yang Yi grinned and praised her. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she took the sword out of the wooden house and left on it. In the wooden house, the woman in black's face remained indifferent. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. He changed the topic to prevent her from venting on him. Anyway, what were those eyes? Had wanted to ask about the eyes for a long time. She replied indifferently, knowing that won't change anything. Yang Yi smiled. I'm just asking. I'm quite curious. It's fine if you refuse to tell me. She really didn't tell him. Yang Yi was quite speechless. He hesitated for a moment and asked, what about the old man with the bamboo chest? Will he be in danger? The woman in black fell silent for a while and replied, I don't think so. She wasn't certain. Yang Yi's face gradually turned solemn. According to her tone, the old man may be in danger. Yang Yi asked, why did he help? Even though he knew the old man had no reason to help him. If the old man wasn't helping him, then it may be for the woman in black. She glanced at Yang Yi. You'll find out in the future. Don't waste your time on that for now. Quickly get me to my destiny dimension. I must recover as soon as possible. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, can I ask if you'll start slaughtering once you've recovered? He was quite worried about that. If she did act against him, he would definitely be incapable of stopping her. Even if she was injured, her strength was still very, very extraordinary. She gazed at him for a long time and replied, go figure. Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything else. He just turned around and left the wooden house. After being in contact with her for some time, Yang Yi realized that while she had a terrible temper, she had principles that she adhered to. Moreover, if she wanted to kill him, she would have done so already. Based on her character, she would have absolutely done it. Yang Yi had also realized that the woman in white was likely the reason why the woman in black didn't kill him. After all, to a certain extent, the woman in white was her too. In the wooden house, the woman in black watched Yang Yi leave, and then she closed her eyes slowly. Yang Yi went to Snowy high above in the clouds. At this moment, she was absolutely overjoyed. Snowy hurriedly went over to Yang Yi upon noticing him, and then she passed the sword to him. It was a completely new sword. No, it should be described as an incomplete sword. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and took the sword, but just a moment later, his expression changed violently. He hurriedly released it, but it was too late. A sword howl resounded, and then countless rays of sword energy sliced him. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, Yang Yi's entire body was covered in cuts. Blood sprayed. Snowy was utterly stunned. A moment later, she tossed the sword away and grabbed Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell slowly from the sky. Snowy hurriedly pulled on Yang Yi's ear and brought him to the wooden house. The woman in black frowned when she saw Yang Yi and gazed at Snowy. You let him use that sword? She nodded repeatedly while tears surged from her eyes. Of course, they were not tears. It was an endless surge of spirit energy. The woman's face darkened. Have you gone mad? You actually let him use that sword? Snowy kept wiping away her tears with one paw and used the other to wave incessantly at the woman in black, while a pleading expression filled her eyes. At this moment, Yang Yi could truly be described as being on the verge of death. His injuries were worse than when his bones had shattered earlier. If it wasn't for the primordial violet energy within him, he would be dead by now. But even with the help of primordial violet energy, his aura was fading. At this moment, primordial violet energy couldn't do much to heal him. His injuries were too severe. The woman in black glanced at Snowy, shook her head slightly, and then placed her hand on Yang Yi's forehead. A moment later, a wave of mysterious, profound energy rippled out from her palm, and it quickly enveloped Yang Yi's body. After that, Yang Yi started to recover rapidly. Snowy heaved a sigh of relief, but the spirit energy tears in her eyes were still flowing incessantly. The woman in black waved her right hand, and a sword shot in from outside. A moment later, a sword had appeared before her. Snowy was furious when she saw the sword, and she flew over and kicked it. The corners of the woman's mouth twitched. When she noticed that Snowy planned to hit it again, she grabbed Snowy and brought Snowy before her. It has nothing to do with the sword. Understand? Snowy pointed at the sword. She was furious. She waved her paws quickly to convey that she wanted to destroy that sword. The sword actually feared Snowy a little and hid behind the woman in black. The woman felt quite helpless. She gazed at Snowy, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "It has nothing to do with the sword or you." She pointed at Yang Yi's figure and continued, "It's because he was too weak. He couldn't endure this sword at all. Understand?" Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at herself. She was saying that she'd been able to use it. The woman in black glanced at Snowy. "That's because you're not human." Snowy frowned. She pointed at herself, and it was clear she was asking why she wasn't a human. The woman in black's face darkened. She really wanted to beat someone up right now. Luckily, Yang Yi coughed lightly at this moment. Snowy shuddered upon hearing him, and then she flew over to him, hugged his head, and kept rubbing her head on him. The woman in black shook her head. How did this fellow become like this? That fellow from all those years ago was truly formidable. Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and he cracked a smile upon seeing Snowy. He rubbed Snowy's head and asked, "Why are you crying?" Snowy just hugged him and kept rubbing her head on him. Yang Yi was at a loss for what to do. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi had almost fully recovered. He went to the wooden house, and there were 3 swords before the woman in the house. The woman in black had split them up again. Yang Yi sat before her, and Snowy was snoring on his shoulder. Yang Yi glanced at the swords and asked, "Why?" She smiled coldly. "Do you know why I split this sword all those years ago? Because it was too strong. Your current strength cannot endure it at all. You were lucky this time. If you'd reacted just a little slower, your body and soul would have been sliced to bits." Yang Yi glanced at the 3 swords and felt a wave of lingering fear. He remained silent for a moment and asked, "Why can Snowy use it?" She replied coldly, "She isn't human. She's a sprite. She's the greatest sprite of this world, and the kindest. All things do not reject her. So, it can be said that besides those absolutely evil existences, she can practically use all treasures." She glanced at Yang Yi and continued, "You can't be compared with her." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. They couldn't be compared. It was true because all things in the world were strongly attracted to Snowy. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, "Arya is an ancient beast of evil, the most evil type, right?" The woman in black fell silent for a moment and replied, "Yes." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "A very, very long time ago, were Arya and Snowy close to each other?" She gazed at her with slight anxiety. She laughed coldly. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but they were like fire and water. They fought on sight of each other." Yang Yi nodded, but wasn't very disappointed because Head guessed her answer. But he felt it was fine. While they weren't friends in the past, they were the best of friends now. They were so close that they could share the same Tonghulu. He firmly believed that nothing in this world could destroy their friendship. The woman in black said, "What is it? You seem a little happy." Yang Yi smiled. "It's nothing. Anyway, I'm almost fully recovered now, so I can go to that destiny dimension of yours." She replied indifferently, "Aren't you afraid that I would kill you once I've recovered?" Yang Yi smiled. "If you wanted to kill me, You can do it anytime, right? She glanced at him. I didn't expect you to know your strength so well. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled in silence. At this moment, he realized that if he didn't go against her, the woman in black was actually quite easy to talk to. Of course, it wouldn't end well if anyone went against her. She moved her gaze away. Get to the destiny dimension. Yang Yi nodded and left. Meanwhile, she waved her right hand, and then past life and heaven executor flew over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi would naturally not refuse them. He took them and left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi shot forward on his sword. This time, nothing unexpected occurred. An hour later, Yang Yi stopped. Had arrived. Chapter 2669 We have Big Brother Yang. Chapter 2669 We have Big Brother Yang. Chapter 2669 We have Big Brother Yang. The Destiny Realm. Yang Yi was full of curiosity toward the place the woman in black resided in. What kind of place was it? There was a huge stellar vortex before him. An endless expanse of stars was within it. Besides that, Yang Yi saw the mummy from before standing by the stellar vortex. An emperor corpse. At this moment, Yang Yi knew its origins. It was a being from a very, very long time ago. It was once an extremely formidable existence. Unfortunately, it met destiny. Moreover, it had met the complete form of destiny. So, it suffered for its bad luck and was nailed here. Simple speaking, all who tried to defy the heavens in the past suffered. Practically none of them ever had it turn out well for them. The mummy immediately gazed at Yang Yi upon noticing his arrival. It was about to attack when a pitch-black sword floated before Yang Yi. The mummy hesitated for a moment upon seeing the sword, and then it moved to the side. Yang Yi walked over to the emperor corpse, sized it up, and said, I think you've been punishing it for far too long. The woman in black laughed coldly from within the primordial pagoda. Do you know that this fellow slaughtered the living beings of an entire world just to grow stronger? He turned them into an army of corpses, and then he made them attack the three-dimensional universe in order to break through it and enter the four-dimensional universe. Do you know how many living beings suffered because of him? Yang Yi's face froze. In the end, he patted the mummy's shoulder lightly. You brought this upon yourself. I can't help you. If it had just fought against destiny, then Yang Yi felt that getting it freed wouldn't be that difficult. The problem was that this fellow had slaughtered the living beings of an entire world. That was a little too cruel. Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to enter the stellar vortex when the mummy spoke abruptly. Help! Yang Yi stopped and glanced at it. He was slightly shocked because it could still speak. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'll try my best. He turned around and walked into the vortex. Once Yang Yi entered the stellar vortex, the emperor corpse suddenly said, Thanks, obviously. It has discerned the unusual relationship between Yang Yi and the woman in black, and it felt that Yang Yi was its only chance. After all, it had been imprisoned here for so long. It couldn't gain freedom yet didn't wish to die either. So now that it finally had a chance, it naturally refused to let that chance escape it. Once Yang Yi entered the vortex, it didn't take long for him to arrive within a teleportation passageway. In the passageway, Yang Yi saw many strange symbols, and they covered the entire teleportation formation. Yang Yi sized up the surroundings and said, Right, I met someone called the First God. He seemed to have been imprisoned by you two? In the primordial pagoda, the woman in black replied indifferently, So? Yang Yi smiled and replied, It's nothing. I'm just curious. Anyway, how many existences like that have you imprisoned? She thought for a moment and said, Quite a few. However, at that time, a certain fellow with horns on her head was my biggest target. Area. Ads by Pub Future. Yang Yi's face darkened. He knew she was talking about Area. In the primordial pagoda, Area suddenly stopped in the middle of playing with Snowy and glanced at the wooden house. She laughed coldly. Just you wait. I'll punch apart the heads of every one of you people called Destiny. The woman in black laughed coldly as well. Yang Yi had quite the headache. Both of them were too hostile, and he could imagine how fierce their conflict had been in the past. In order to prevent any fights from breaking out in the pagoda, Yang Yi hurriedly diverted the woman in black's attention. Can Can I ask you something? What's the strongest existence you've imprisoned? Is it that mummy from before? Or was it first God? This time, she fell silent. Yang Yi wanted to ask more, but she suddenly spoke coldly. What's with all the questions? Are you asking for a beating? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Her temper was like that of a child. Her emotions just changed in an instant. Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. He just sped up, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the end of the passageway. Yang Yi left the teleportation passageway, and he appeared on a boundless plain. On the plain, there were flocks of sheep and herds of cows dashing by from time to time. Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, the woman in black appeared by his side. She glanced at him. Yang Yi wisely chose not to provoke her because her temper was absolutely terrible. Meanwhile, the cows and sheep suddenly charged at her. A short while later, they were surrounded by the cows and sheep. At the same time, Snowy and Arya appeared here. The two little fellows had been in the pagoda for too long and wanted to have some fun outside. Even though the woman in black didn't get along with Arya, fortunately, they didn't get into a fight. The woman in black walked over to a sheep that led the flock. It was slightly different from the others. Its horns were violet while the others had black horns. The woman in black touched its horns gently, and it gently rubbed its head on her. Meanwhile, the woman waved her right hand, and then all sorts of spirit herbs and fruits rained down here. The cows and sheep were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to the sheep that led the flock. The woman in black frowned slightly from the sight of this, but it didn't take long for her frown to ease up. Snowy held the sheep's horns with both her paws and was jumping about on it. Yang Yi's face darkened. The woman in black's face was quite dark too, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Arya suddenly leaped up and appeared on the cow that led the herd. It was an extremely huge cow, and it was much larger than the others. Arya had chosen it. Arya gazed at Snowy, and Snowy gazed at her. The two little fellows smiled at each other, and then Arya kicked the cow lightly, causing it to charge off into the distance. Actually, the cow below Arya was absolutely anxious. It was anxiety that came naturally. Arya was too terrifying to it. So, once Arya sat on it, it didn't dare to resist at all. Moreover, it hurriedly showed respect to Arya. It was much better for the sheep below Snowy. After all, Snowy was a kind sprite. Just like that, Snowy led the flock of sheep while Arya led the herd of cows, and the two little fellows and their groups charged through the plain. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled wryly as he sighed to himself. Meanwhile, the woman in black suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and laughed coldly. Look how you've taught them. These two fellows don't act like strong experts at all. Yang Yi felt speechless. It's my fault now? The woman in black ignored Yang Yi and the two little fellows. She just walked off to the side, and Yang Yi hurriedly followed her. He wasn't worried about Snowy and Arya's safety because it would be quite strange for there to be danger here. Who would dare to come here and cause trouble? Yang Yi followed the woman to a river. The river ran through the plain, and both of its ends stretched far beyond the limits of Yang Yi's vision. There was a small pavilion made of wood by the river. Yang Yi saw a painting by it. A blue painting. It was a painting of the starry sky, and it included everything within it. The woman in black entered the pavilion while Yang Yi stopped before the painting instead. He scanned it curiously, and it didn't take long for a solemn expression to gradually appear on his face. It was because Head noticed that it was actually a map of the three-dimensional universe. This map could be said to be the most comprehensive map of the three-dimensional universe. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time. After he memorized it, he entered the pavilion. It was empty on the inside. There was just a hexagonal stellar array in there, and the woman in black was seated cross-legged on it. Countless strands of spirit energy were surging out of the array and converging into her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and gazed at him. What? Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. Nothing. I just came in to look out of curiosity. She withdrew her gaze and continued absorbing the spirit energy from the hexagonal array. Yang Yi left the pavilion. He glanced at the surroundings, and this place felt extremely peaceful to him. Yang Yi looked back at the pavilion, and he knew it wouldn't take long for the woman to recover. Yang Yes' face fell when he thought of some things. A short while later, he shook his head and smiled. Why am I worried about all of that? Everything will work out in the end. Meanwhile, rumbling came from afar. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw Snowy and Arya charging with their gang of cows and sheep. The two little fellows were having the time of their lives. Yang Yi didn't pay further attention to them. He just sat down cross-legged by the pavilion and started cultivating. The spirit energy here was quite different from the outside world, and he planned to use this opportunity to cultivate. An hour later, Snowy and Arya stopped. Snowy sat on Arya's shoulder and commanded Arya forward. The cows and sheep followed behind them. Arya withdrew a tonghulu, licked it, and then said, Snowy, are you sure there are treasures ahead? Snowy nodded. She was very certain. Arya shot a glance in the pavilion's direction and spoke casually. Snowy, I have to warn you, that woman is quite strong, and her temper isn't that great either. If we steal her treasures... Oh, I mean, if we take them. If we take her treasures, what if she notices? We may suffer a beating. Snowy blinked and glanced in the direction of the pavilion. In the end, she thought for quite a while before pointing at Yang Yes' figure by the pavilion. She was saying that they had nothing to fear because they had Yang Yi. Arya thought for a moment and said, Right, we have Big Brother Yang. As they spoke, the two little fellows sped up. Chapter 2670 Yang Busi. Chapter 2670 Yang Busi. They had Big Brother Yang. As far as they were concerned, they had Yang Yi to help them with everything. So, the two little fellows had nothing to worry about. They just led the cows and sheep off as they went off happily into the distance. Meanwhile, trembling came from the pavilion from time to time. Yang Yi sat cross-legged near the pavilion and seemed like he was in a meditative state. Sword intent. He was carefully sensing the changes in his sword intent. His sword intent had undergone slight changes when he faced the pair of eyes earlier. However, he had to send the woman in black back to her destiny dimension, so he didn't have time to sense it carefully. Now, he planned to sense it properly and comprehend the changes. The previous battle had allowed him to realize that his only advantage against those old geezers was his sword. If he lost his sword, he wouldn't be able to fight them, including Tai Huntian. If it wasn't for Past Life and Heaven Executor, he would definitely not be a match for him. He had a lot of space to grow. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point, and he shot a glance into the distance. Snowy and Arya's figures were gradually vanishing there. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and didn't stop them in the end. This place should be safe. Even if it wasn't, he could arrive before them in an instant. Continue cultivating. Arya rode the cow forward into the distance, and the cow beneath her was trembling. Arya patted it with slight displeasure. What are you afraid of? I want to eat you. It was better when she hadn't said anything, because as soon as she did, the cow shuddered and almost fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on its horn. She patted the cow's horn gently to say that it had nothing to be afraid of. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and glanced at the sheep. She remembered that she used to have roast lamb. Actually, both the sheep and cow were afraid. They were mainly afraid of Arya. While Arya wasn't that bad, the aura she emanated was a huge threat to demon beasts and beings like them. Snowy moved her gaze away from the sheep and abandoned her desire to have roast lamb, because she thought of the woman in black. That woman was raising these sheep, so she would probably be beaten up if she ate them. Moreover, she'd just ridden the sheep, so it wasn't very nice to eat the sheep now. The two little fellows sped up. Finally, they arrived at a gorge, and the gorge was covered in tombstones. One after the other, they filled the gorge. Arya gazed at Snowy. This looks like a cemetery. Snowy pointed ahead. Arya glanced at the surroundings and said, Fine, then let's head over. But is the treasure there good? If it isn't, it's best if we don't go, because Big Brother Yang will probably have to suffer a beating. Arya still had a heart. Snowy waved her paws excitedly. She was saying that the treasures over there were absolutely great. Arya couldn't endure the temptation. In the end, the two little fellows continued forward. However, the cows and sheep didn't dare to follow them. Snowy glanced at them and waved her little paws. They gazed at her with slight bewilderment. Meanwhile, Arya said, she's saying that everyone who participates will get a share. So, you'll get some treasures if you come with us. In the end, the lead cow and sheep followed Arya and Snowy in. As they moved forward, they noticed that every one of these tombstones had something placed before them, and many of them were treasures. Snowy wanted to take them, but Arya stopped her. Arya said seriously, Snowy, it's best not to take these. Big Brother Yang will probably get beaten up for it, and even we will suffer. Snowy blinked. In the end, she chose to trust Arya and didn't take them. The two little fellows continued forward. Suddenly, Arya stopped and went over to a relatively huge tombstone. There was a line of words on it. She gazed at them carefully. They were different from the writing used in this era, but she could read it. She didn't know why she could. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at it, and Arya spoke softly, the mortal emperor, the first emperor of human history, and the first leader of the human race in history. He united the human race in the 3rd month of the year of dawn. His sword is God Inquisitor. In the 4th month, he died in battle against the Heaven Tao. Once she finished, Arya looked down at the area before the tombstone. There was a hilt there, but the sword's blade was gone. There was a seal beside it too. The seal was golden and made of unknown jade, and there was a ferocious beast inscribed on it. Snowy gazed at Arya, and the latter spoke softly. He must have been a very, very formidable existence in his time. She was about to leave when Snowy stopped her. Snowy pointed at the seal. Arya gazed at it, and then she was stunned, because the demon beast on the seal had a pair of horns that were exactly like her own. Arya touched her horns and gazed at Snowy. Snowy lifted up the seal, and there were a few words inscribed on its bottom. Snowy gazed at Arya, and the latter touched the words and spoke softly, As the people wish, I slaughter the Heaven Tao. Arya thought for quite some time, and then she put the seal back. After that, she led Snowy away. However, the seal suddenly flew over to Arya. Snowy and Arya exchanged glances. In the end, the seal was hung on Arya's waist. The two little fellows continued forward. Right when they were about to leave the cemetery, Arya suddenly stopped. She looked to the right, and there was an extremely huge tombstone there. It was even larger than the mortal emperor's tombstone. Snowy and Arya walked over, and the cow and sheep followed closely behind. A short while later, Arya stopped and gazed at the tombstone. There was a line of words on it as well. Snowy gazed at Arya, and she read softly, Name unknown. Possessor of an ordinary body who defied the heavens with his dagger axe and remained unmatched against all. In the 4th month, he died in battle against the Heaven Tao after 304 exchanges. Arya gazed at the tombstone, and there was a spear before it. A scarlet spear covered in cracks. It had turned red from all the blood, and there was a drop of blood flowing around its tip. Meanwhile, a figure appeared here. A Nanjing. It was a Nanjing who had been in closed-door cultivation all this time. She walked over to the spear known as dagger axe and took it. The spear shook violently, causing a Nanjing to frown and say, Besides me, you can't find a better master. The spear gradually calmed down. A Nanjing took it and returned to the primordial pagoda. Snowy pointed at the empty spot before the tombstone and gazed at Arya with shock. Arya asked, Do you have an objection? Snowy hurriedly shook her head. If they offended the woman in black, it may be Yang Yi who suffered, but if they offended a Nanjing, they would definitely be the ones who suffered. Both Snowy and Arya feared and respected a Nanjing. Arya and Snowy had no objections about a Nanjing's actions. They just felt that she was so shameless to take someone else's treasures like that. At least Arya would call it borrowing, but a Nanjing had just taken it. Arya and Snowy continued onward. Meanwhile, Snowy seemed to have thought of something and gazed at the cow and sheep. She felt slightly bad because these two followers of theirs hadn't gotten anything. Snowy thought for a moment and produced 2 fruits out of thin air. Chaotic fruits. Snowy passed the fruits to them, and the cow and sheep couldn't keep their eyes away from the fruits. Once they consumed it, they started tearing up from excitement. After all, the grass they'd had all their life couldn't compare to the taste of this fruit. At this moment, the cow and sheep had decided to change allegiances. They received the best when staying with these two little fellows. Just like that, Snowy and Arya continued forward, and it didn't take long for them to leave the cemetery. Arya stopped at the final tombstone. It was slightly special. It wasn't that huge, but it had 3 strands of sword energy before it. The seemingly material sword energy were like 3 incense sticks. Arya walked over to the tombstone, and she saw a row of words on it as well. Snowy couldn't read them, so she gazed at Arya. The latter looked at them closely and spoke softly. There is an end to the heaven Tao, and immortality awaits beyond death. Yang Busi, a genius of her time who created the 6 Crushers. In the 12th month of the year of dawn, she fought the heaven Tao, and fought it for 7 days and 6 nights with all 6 moves of the 6 Crushers. She was defeated. Arya and Snowy looked before the tombstone, and there was a pitch-black scroll placed before it. Arya and Snowy exchanged glances. In the end, they nodded lightly and shot furtive glances at the surroundings. After that, she grabbed the scroll and tossed it into the primordial pagoda before walking off with Snowy as if nothing had happened. Snowy seemed to have thought of something, so she glanced at the cow and sheep and shushed them. The cow and sheep nodded while not fully understanding what she meant. Arya and Snowy walked out of the cemetery. There was a river beyond the cemetery, and Snowy led them upstream along the river. A short while later, they arrived at the end of it. There was a pool there, and a huge waterfall was crashing down from above it. Snowy gazed at the pool, and then Arya asked, "The treasure is down there?" Snowy nodded. Arya asked, "Is it dangerous?" Snowy thought for quite some time. Meanwhile, Arya felt quite speechless. "You have to think about that?" Snowy thought for a moment. In the end, she shook her head. Arya heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, Snowy had estimated everyone's strength before deducing if it was dangerous. For example, it was dangerous if it was just her, Arya, and Yang Yi. However, if the woman in black was included, then it wouldn't be dangerous. At this moment, Shed included the woman in black. Arya moved her palms in opposite directions, and the pool of water slowly split apart. Suddenly, the woman in black opened her eyes and cursed, "You little bastards! Can't you know your own limits?" Bam! Yang Yi was blasted away outside the wooden pavilion. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 2671 Fuck Off. Chapter 2671 Fuck Off. Once Arya split open the pool, a hand suddenly stretched out from below. Arya's expression changed slightly, and she was about to close the pool again. However, the hand was suddenly clenched. Bang! The entire pool exploded apart. Arya hurriedly pulled Snowy back. At the same time, Snowy quickly pointed at the cow and sheep, and so Arya quickly took them with her. Meanwhile, a vortex had formed at the pool, and a ray of sword energy shot out from the wooden pavilion. Hiss! The pool was suddenly torn apart, and then a black shadow shot up into the air from beneath the pool and vanished into the distant sky. A moment later, boom! The entire Destiny realm shook, and it seemed like something had been broken apart. Meanwhile, the woman in black appeared before Arya and Snowy. They were quite guilty because it seemed like they'd released something extraordinary. The woman in black shot a glance into the sky and frowned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had rushed over. He was furious when he saw them. Obviously, the 2 little fellows had caused trouble. The woman in black gazed at Arya and Snowy. Snowy looked down guiltily while Arya refused to submit and gazed indifferently at her. Arya was prepared to fight. Yang Yi hurriedly said, "What was that?" The woman in black replied indifferently, "Someone I imprisoned." Yang Yi asked, "Is that person formidable?" The woman in black glanced at him. "What do you think?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The woman gazed at Arya and Snowy. She gazed at them for a long time, and then she turned around and left. Yang Yi glared at the little fellows and hurried after the woman in black. Snowy and Arya exchanged glances. In the end, Snowy pointed downward. She was saying that the treasure was still there. Arya glanced at Snowy. "Didn't you say that it wasn't dangerous?" Snowy blinked and shrugged. She was saying that there was no danger. Arya sighed softly and rubbed Snowy's head. "You're really brave." As she spoke, she walked toward the pool. Since they'd already caused trouble here, It would be a waste to not get some treasures. The woman in black arrived at the top of the waterfall and looked down below. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Is that person very dangerous? The woman in black replied indifferently. His name is Mou. Another one of my forms chose him in the past. Unfortunately, his ambition was too great, even greater than the desolate emperor. Of course, ambition isn't a bad thing, but if it's built on destroying some things, then it's ambition that must be destroyed. Yang Yi asked, what does he want to do? She replied softly, he wants to become the overlord of the three-dimensional universe, and he even wants to explore the four-dimensional universe. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, as he grows stronger, it's very normal for him to have such thoughts. The woman in black replied indifferently, yes, it's very normal. Unfortunately, you don't understand. The more he thinks of that, the quicker death will come for him. Yang Yi hesitated to speak. She laughed coldly. Go on, I won't hit you. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, firstly, I don't know why you kill those Destiny Realm experts, but have you thought about how doing that is? She asked. It's very selfish? And cruel? Yang Yi nodded slightly. You've entered the four-dimensional universe, but you refuse to let others do the same. Moreover, you kill everyone at the Destiny Realm. To be honest, that is really… She remained silent. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, can you tell me the reason? She glanced coldly at him, and Yang Yi said, she gave me her sword. I think I should have the right to know a little, right? The woman in black fell silent for a long time, and then she said, the three-dimensional universe isn't absolutely safe. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. You mean? She nodded. All those years ago, I thought everything would be over once I killed the Heaven Dao. However, once I entered the four-dimensional universe, I realized that it may not be the end but the beginning. The bigger fish feed on smaller fish. You understand that principle, right? Yang Yi fell silent. She continued, the four-dimensional universe is practically devoid of any living beings. It's an empty universe. She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and laughed coldly while killing intent surged in her eyes. Yang Yi felt quite speechless. What's wrong with her? Her emotions just changed so quickly. The woman in black looked up at the distant sky. Killing them is for their own good. Yang Yi was truly speechless. You're killing them for their own good? How can you be so shameless? She continued. Take the desolate emperor, for example. What happened after he got there? He was killed. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, it's their problem if they want to court death. But killing them is, she said, if they die there, they will be devoured and allow some existences to grow increasingly stronger. All of them are the peak experts of this universe, and so those existences will grow stronger upon devouring them. She gazed at Yang Yi and cracked a smile. Stop trying to pity them. Just wait and see. It won't be long before some responsibilities will fall onto your shoulders, and then you won't even have a chance to cry. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I can refuse it, then die. She spoke coldly. If you have the courage, abandon those two swords and then go into seclusion with those fellows in that pagoda of yours. Yang Yi fell silent. She continued, don't even think about benefiting without doing anything, and you'll never have peace while you have those two little fellows with you. You either have to die or become so strong that no one dares to try and kill you. She turned around and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi fell silent on the mountain peak. Go into seclusion? Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule. How? If he wanted to do that, he would have to abandon Snowy and Area. But how could he ever do that? Yang Yi turned around and left. Just as Shed said, he had no way out. He could only go forward until the end. Yang Yi went to the pool of water. Meanwhile, Area just happened to be climbing out from below, and she was holding a pitch-black armor. The armor was completely black and seemed as if it was made from some kind of scales. When they saw Yang Yi, Area and Snowy exchanged glances, and then Area raised the armor in Yang Yi's direction while cracking a smile. Big brother Yang, here. This is from Snowy and me. Snowy hurriedly nodded. They were using it to apologize. Yang Yi put the armor aside and squatted before them. He gazed at the little fellows and spoke softly. It was very dangerous just now. Area gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked and smiled at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head slightly and gazed at Snowy. Snowy, you need an accurate idea of area and my strength. You must know what can be done and what can't. You need to understand all of that very well. Understand? Snowy nodded. She didn't dare to refuse because she was worried that she would be beaten. Yang Yi led Area and Snowy to the pavilion. Head decided to leave. He had many things to do. So, he couldn't just stay here. Yang Yi cupped his fist toward the pavilion. We're leaving. Until we meet again. He received no reply. Yang Yi shook his head slightly and was about to leave with Area and Snowy. However, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was the woman in black. She glanced at Area. That spear and the black scroll. Both of you took them, right? Area gazed at her slightly vigilantly. The woman in black frowned. You just take what belongs to others? Area spoke coldly. Haven't you heard that the virtuous receive the treasures of the world? She gazed coldly at Area. You really need a beating. Area wanted to say more, but Yang Yi stopped her and gazed at the woman in black. They have no ill intent. They'll make them return those things to you. Forget it. The woman suddenly said, I don't care about those things. As she spoke, she glanced at Yang Yi. Mou is quite strong. My other form couldn't bear to kill him, so she asked me to capture and imprison him. Now, he's probably full of resentment, and you're someone another form of mine chose, and you even have 2 of our swords. So, based on his character, he'll probably come looking for you. Yang Yi nodded. I see. The woman in black was surprised. You're not afraid? Afraid? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. I've never feared anyone in my lifetime. Anyway, if I kill him, will that other form of yours attack me? She gazed at him for a long time and replied, Don't worry, it'll help you if she does. I can't stand the sight of him too. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Hey! Meanwhile, Area suddenly said, Those people I saw in the cemetery. I mean that mortal emperor, that guy whose name was unknown, and that person, Yang Busi. If you're compared to them, which one of you is stronger? The woman in black glanced coldly at Area. Almost all of them died to the Heaven Tao, but the Heaven Tao is dead now, and I'm alive. So, what do you think? Area couldn't stand the woman in black's tone. She immediately clenched her fists and waved them. The day will come when I beat you up until you cry. The woman in black replied indifferently. Any time. Area wanted to say more, but Yang Yi shook his head slightly and stopped her. After that, he gazed at the woman in black. One last thing, little Qi and Tianxiu. The woman in black suddenly interrupted angrily. Why do you interfere in the business of adults? Just fuck off. Yang Yi, Snowy, and Area were stunned speechless. Chapter 2672 Defiance Alliance? Chapter 2672 Defiance Alliance? Yang Yi left the Destiny Dimension with Area and Snowy. It was quite a pity that he still didn't know anything about Qi Bitian and Tianxiu's whereabouts. Fortunately, based on the strength they possessed, it would be quite difficult for them to be in mortal danger. Just as the woman in black had said, he should be worried about himself. Outside the Destiny Dimension, Yang Yi walked over to the Emperor corpse with Heaven Executor in his grasp. He sized it up and said, I have a bit too much trouble plaguing me right now, so I need someone to help me in battle. Are you willing to do that? The Emperor corpse remained silent for a long time, and then it nodded slightly. Yang Yi nodded and swung his sword. It struck the sword energy that were on the Emperor corpse's feet. Hiss! Heaven Executor obliterated the sword energy. It was absolutely easy, because the sword energy belonged to Heaven Executor. Just like that, Yang Yi had another formidable expert's help. It was no ordinary expert as it was at the peak of the Destiny realm, and it had attained such strength without relying on any external sources of help. In the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi sized up the armor Area and Snowy had given him. It was pitch black and seemed to be made from some kind of scales. The armor emanated dense black light, and it felt very heavy and oppressive. Area spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. This thing is very strong. Yang Yi gazed at Area, and she slammed a punch against it. The armor shook and sunk down. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Arya pointed at it and said, "See? I can't destroy it with one punch." Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Snowy slammed her fist on the armor, but nothing happened to it. Snowy blinked and put her fist down. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and gazed at the armor. The impression on the armor had vanished, and it had returned to normal. It was pretty good. Yang Yi naturally didn't refuse the armor and wore it. A moment later, it merged into his body, and there was a form of mysterious connection between them. So long as he needed it, he could summon it at any moment. As for what the armor's name was, or what its origins were, he had no interest in them. In any case, the armor belonged to him. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and vanished into the boundless reaches of outer space. In the primordial pagoda, Arya went to the cultivation room, and there was someone there, and Nanjing. And Nanjing was seated cross-legged at the side, and there was a spear floating by her side, dagger axe. Arya didn't disturb Nanjing, and just sat at the side before withdrawing the scroll. The Six Crushers. It was the scroll Shed obtained from Yang Buxi's tomb, and Shed taken it because it was straightforward. Moreover, her intuition told her that it may be suitable for her. Arya unfurled the scroll, and she saw that they were fist techniques. Arya nodded with satisfaction, and she felt that she could try learning them. Just like that, Arya started cultivating a technique. Even though Snowy was playful, she would consciously choose to cultivate now. However, she wasn't as diligent as when the woman in black was with her. Now, she cultivated for a day and played for another, or played for 2 days and cultivated for one. In any case, she was cultivating. That was how she thought. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi shot forward on his sword, and he was back at Eternal Border around 4 hours later. Yang Yi arrived where the Eternal River used to be, and he withdrew Heaven Executor. However, the woman in white didn't appear before him. Yang Yi refused to give up, and he waited over 2 hours more, but she still didn't appear before him. Yang Yi was quite disappointed and left the Eternal River. Right when he was about to enter Eternal Kingdom, he suddenly looked to the side. The desolate race. Yang Yi saw the desolate race. He fell silent for a moment and vanished on the spot. The desolate race's camp. Yang Yi saw Huang Ying. They seemed quite unfamiliar with each other when they met again. The bond they once shared seemed to have faded slightly. Huang Ying smiled. "Long time no see." Yang Yi nodded. "Are you still going to attack the Eternal Kingdom?" Huang Ying nodded. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Why? The desolate race had a huge advantage in the past because of the desolate emperor, but the desolate emperor was gone now. So they had no advantage against Eternal Kingdom. It was quite unwise to attack Eternal Kingdom right now. Huang Ying laughed bitterly. "Our ancestor exhausted too many resources of the desolate world to attack Eternal Kingdom. It can be said that the desolate world won't last for long. If we don't attack, the desolate race will fall into a decline. In other words, it'll be a slow death for us. We have no other choice." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "What about you? If memory serves, they weren't very friendly to you. So, what do you think? This is a very good opportunity." Yang Yi glanced at Huang Ying. "I'll resolve my business with them on my own. As for you, take care." Huang Ying nodded slightly and didn't try to persuade him further. Yang Yi left and returned to Eternal Kingdom. It was time to put an end to the enmity of the past. Yang Yi withdrew a transmission stone, and it only took a moment for a voice to come from it. "Brother Yang, you're still alive. Congratulations." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" The voice replied, "I received word that all the experts of the end world went out in search of you." Yang Yi grinned. "You thought I wouldn't make it back?" The voice replied, "Indeed." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "Let's get down to business. Tell me where the Soul Sect is. They have a debt to repay." A period of silence ensued, and it went on for around 15 minutes before Yang Yi finally left the spot. A short while later, he arrived at a mountain range, and he could see it in its entirety from high above. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he swung his sword. Hiss! It seemed like the entire sky was slashed open. The empty expanse of space there suddenly shook, and then space was sliced open. A pitch-black hall appeared before Yang Yi. The Soul Hall. Yang Yi hadn't forgotten how the Soul Sect had bullied him. They had besieged him over and over again, and had almost died because of it. Yang Yi walked toward the hall with his sword in hand, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before its door. He walked in, but it was completely empty. Yang Yi frowned from the sight of this. They'd fled? Meanwhile, the mysterious person's voice came from the transmission stone. "You're too late." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What do you mean?" The voice replied, "According to the latest information I received, their sect master has joined the End World, and the rest of their members have scattered into hiding." Yang Yi's face turned gloomy. Meanwhile, the voice continued, "One more thing. The End World has formed an alliance, the Defiance Alliance. They've used all sorts of methods to notify the experts of the entire universe to gather there in the End World. So long as they are at the Destiny Realm, joining the End World will give them the right to cultivate the formidable techniques of Qi Bishan's era, and they will even be allowed to read the compilation of experience and comprehension from other extraordinary experts." The Defiance Alliance? Yang Yi frowned. "What are they trying to do? Fight Destiny?" The voice replied, "They mainly want to join forces against Destiny, but I think that their secondary objective may be you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The voice continued, "They have started to converge together, and their influence will definitely be able to bring more experts to them. After all, not just anyone could enter the End World in the past. Yet now, they have lowered the entrance requirements. So many are able to enter that place now. Don't underestimate them. All of them were once geniuses of their time. None of them are ordinary." Yang Yi would naturally not underestimate them. If it hadn't been for the woman in black's presence, he would have died that day. However, trouble was probably coming for him again. Those fellows had actually joined forces. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Weren't most of the Destiny Realm experts already in the End World? How many more can they gather?" The mysterious person replied, "The three-dimensional universe is huge, and the amount of hidden experts in it are simply impossible to determine, especially many old geezers from very, very long ago. Take your ancestor, Jin Wudi, for example. If he hadn't shown himself, there would probably be few in this world who would be aware that he's alive." Yang Yi nodded and left. The voice asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Yi just shot forward as he spoke. "The End World." The owner of the voice was stunned speechless. Yang Yi wasn't joking. He arrived at the End Dimension just 2 hours later. Yang Yi went over to the teleportation formation which led to the End World. He had indifference on his face as he stabbed his sword into the ground and sat there. He was just standing on guard there. He planned to fight them to the end. The End World. They were naturally aware of Yang Yi's arrival. In an airborne hall, the Divine Abode's master had a very unsightly expression on his face. Yang Yi really refused to just leave them alone. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in the hall, "Let him do as he pleases." The Divine Abode's master nodded. It was all they could do for now. Outside the teleportation formation, Yang Yi just sat there without going inside. It was because he was no match for them in there. As for the End World, they were clearly afraid of Yang Yi. They were worried that Destiny was with Yang Yi, so they didn't dare to show themselves. Actually, the End World was more afraid than Yang Yi. Of course, they weren't afraid of Yang Yi, but the woman in black. Just like that, a long time passed before a figure suddenly rushed over from afar. Yang Yi opened his eyes and raised his sword. "Name yourself." The figure stopped. "I'm here to join the End World and defy the heavens with all of you." Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then his sword shook slightly as he said, "Fuck off. The End World doesn't accept trash." That person before Yang Yi was stunned. Chapter 2673 World Explosion. Chapter 2673 World Explosion. Needless to say, that person had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. Head rushed over here from far away. Yet this was the answer he received? The man was quite unwilling to accept this. He sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Are you really from the End World?" Yang Yi replied coldly, "Obviously." Yang Yi sized up the man as he spoke. "Trash like you have no right to join our End World. Just fuck off, or you'll lose your head." The man frowned and felt that something was off. Suddenly, A voice resounded in the man's mind. Brother Wan Qian. He is an enemy of our end world. Yang Yi. Please retreat for now and come back when we're done with him. The man's face instantly returned to normal upon hearing this. Wan Qian glanced at Yang Yi. You're Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged. He knew the end world had revealed his identity. Yang Yi chose to be direct and waved his sword. Leave before I change my mind. Wan Qian grinned. I've heard that the Eternal Kingdom's Yang Yi is the #1 genius in the universe, and I'd like to see for myself. As he spoke, he glanced at the teleportation formation. Divine Abode's master, consider his head as my meeting gift to you. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. Yang Yi shot forward with his sword, and a ray of light flashed. Wan Qian's pupils constricted. He reacted very quickly, and a thick golden shield appeared before him. Half a breath of time later, Yang Yi was behind Wan Qian, and the golden shield suddenly cracked open. A moment later, a drop of blood appeared on Wan Qian's forehead. Yang Yi sheathed his sword behind Wan Qian. Hiss! Wan Qian's body split apart at the center. Yang Yi glanced at the teleportation formation and grinned. Aren't I formidable? A voice came from within the teleportation formation. Not bad. Yang Yi chuckled. Please provide me with your guidance. Suddenly, a man walked out of the teleportation formation. It was Zhuomu. Zhuomu held the saber's sheath with his left hand as he walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction, and then he suddenly drew it with his right hand upon arriving around 30 m before Yang Yi. 1 inch. Hiss. A ray of saber energy flashed. It was thin as a hair and swift as a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, Yang Yi leaped up and swung his sword in midair with both hands. Hiss! The sound of something being sliced open resounded as Yang Yi's sword sliced apart the saber energy. Meanwhile, Zhuomu's saber was drawn by another inch. Hiss! A sharp hiss resounded as another ray of saber energy flashed. This time, it was even faster and stronger than the last. Yang Yi revealed a ferocious grin as he sheathed his sword and instantly drew it. Heaven Rend. It was the same Heaven Rend from before, but he wasn't the same Yang Yi. Moreover, his sword and sheath weren't the same either. Yang Yi's sword slashed down. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back. Meanwhile, not only was Zhuomu not pushed back, head even continued forward. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and smiled. Amazing! As expected of the former #1 expert in the saber. Zhuomu suddenly stopped and shook his head slightly. My saber was at the top during Qi Bishan's era, but it wasn't before that. Yang Yi frowned slightly. The era before that? Zhuomu walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. The era of destiny. An era where the heaven Tao existed. Zhuomu's saber was drawn a few more inches. Hiss! Something seemed to be sliced open in the surroundings. Yang Yi's pupils constricted as the space before him had been completely sliced open. This saber energy was many times stronger than the last one. Within it, Yang Yi saw pure energy, extremely overbearing energy that seemed like it could smash apart everything. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He didn't choose to dodge it, nor could he. It was because this attack had locked onto him. A moment later, Yang Yi drew his sword, the domain sword. His current attacks were quite monotonous. No, it was wrong to call it monotonous. It was just simple. Elegant techniques were utterly useless against some experts, and the most effective were the simplest and most direct attacks. A sword howl resounded along with his sword. Bang! The space around Yang Yi shook while his figure was pushed back repeatedly. There was a strand of saber energy on the tip of his sword. At this moment, it was gradually dispersing. But even then, the energy it contained pushed Yang Yi back repeatedly. Yang Yi stopped after being pushed around 300 m back. Meanwhile, the saber energy had vanished. Zhuomu continued his slow approach toward Yang Yi. As expected of Heaven Executor, my saber energy cannot shake it at all. Yang Yi glanced at his sword. Actually, if it wasn't for this sword, he would have never been able to stop the saber energy. Relying on external forces? No. Yang Yi felt that he would be a fool not to rely on his treasures right now. Which era was Zhuomu from? How many years had Zhuomu cultivated for? Even if the time he cultivated in the primordial pagoda was included, it would be hardly comparable to Zhuamu. At a time like this, he would be an idiot not to use his treasures. Suddenly, Zhuamu vanished on the spot. Hiss! A pitch-black spatial rift appeared in the space between Yang Yi and Zhuamu. At this moment, Yang Yi sensed unprecedented danger, because he saw Zhuamu draw his saber completely. At this moment, Zhuamu had fully drawn his saber. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly at all. He drew Heaven Executor and even past life. This time, a vicious glow covered Yang Yi's face as he pressed the swords together. When he left the Destiny Realm, the woman in black had taught him how to merge the swords. However, Shed warned him not to do it rashly. His current strength was barely able to control the strength of the two swords. But he had no choice right now. Merge. A sword howl resounded. A ray of dazzling light flashed down. Boom. Crack. The space throughout the end dimension started exploding apart inch by inch. At the same time, two figures were blasted away, Yang Yi and Zhuamu. Zhuamu was pushed all the way back to the teleportation formation, and Yang Yi was at the edge of the sky. Zhuamu didn't attack again because Yang Yi had vanished. Zhuamu glanced at his right hand as he stood before the teleportation formation. At this moment, it had cracked open. That attack had almost destroyed his entire right arm. A moment of silence ensued, and then he looked up in the direction that Yang Yi had vanished toward. Meanwhile, a voice resounded, "Pursue him?" Zhuamu shook his head. "I can't kill him." He glanced at the sky as he spoke, and a point in space trembled while cold laughter came from there. Zhuamu fell silent for a short while and entered the end world. At a boundless expanse of space, Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. Heal. While Head stopped Zhuamu's attack, Head paid quite a huge price to do so. A very huge price. It was still quite difficult for him to control the strength of the two swords when they were merged, and Zhuamu's final attack had surpassed his expectations. He wasn't a match for Zhuamu now. Yang Yi was very well aware of that. If it wasn't for the armor, he may have died earlier. The armor. That armor had endured most of the backlash from his sword, and it had even taken most of the force from Zhuamu's attack. However, Yang Yi had gained something. Head gained quite a bit from the battle with Zhuamu. He was able to use battles with such experts to discover his own flaws, and so long as he could do that, he would be able to improve. Of course, the important matter at hand was to heal. 2 hours later, Yang Yi had fully recuperated. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared before him. She gazed at Yang Yi with a smile on her face, and she had her paws hidden behind her back. Yang Yi pinched her little cheeks and smiled. "Go on. Do you have good news?" Snowy nodded repeatedly, and then she flipped her paws to reveal a gourd. The sword gourd. Yang Yi glanced at it and was stunned. It was still the same sword gourd, but it wasn't a divine treasure anymore. It was a super divine treasure. He sensed a wisp of inconceivable energy within the sword gourd. Snowy cracked a smile and passed it to him. Yang Yi gazed at her. "You did this?" Snowy nodded. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll appeared by his side. She glanced at Snowy and smiled. She has been working hard on ascending the sword gourd's spirit lately. She has improved it to its limits now. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, and his heart felt warm as he gazed at the smile on her face. He rubbed her head gently and said, "Thank you, little fellow." Divine treasures weren't really useful to him anymore, and it could be said that only super divine treasures were barely useful to him. Now that the sword gourd had advanced into the ranks of super divine treasures, he could use his flying sword technique again. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's hand and pulled him to the side. Sword Scroll frowned slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi was growing faster and faster, and his enemies were growing increasingly stronger. Many of the divine treasures and super divine treasures which used to stay by his side were actually unable to keep up with him. It was the same for her. Even though she hadn't been left behind yet, she knew that it wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, Snowy brought Yang Yi to a mountain range, and furious shouts were resounding incessantly from there. It was Arya's voice. Along with every shout, the mountain range would shake violently. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see Arya. She was bent forward with her right claw against the ground while her other claw was pointed toward the sky. A moment of silence ensued before Arya suddenly howled, "Six crushers. First move. World explosion." Arya suddenly clawed with her right claw. Bang! In an instant, the entire mountain range started trembling, and then Yang Yi and Snowy watched with astonishment as she actually lifted it up. The entire mountain range was being lifted up. Yang Yi could clearly sense that it was rising. What the heck? Yang Yi gazed at Arya with disbelief. Snowy's eyes were opened wide as well, but her eyes were full of joy and excitement. Chapter 2674, Does That Make You Angry? Chapter 2674, Does That Make You Angry? Shock. At this moment, Yang Yi had truly been shocked by Arya. He knew she was very strong, extremely even. She was the physically strongest existence had ever met. However, lifting up a mountain range was quite unusual. After all, while it wasn't a very huge mountain range, it still covered a distance of over 300 kilometers, and it had over a dozen mountains that towered into the clouds. But it could be fucking lifted? Suddenly, Arya fell to the ground. Boom. The entire mountain range crashed down, causing the earth to quake. At the same time, a storm of dust and dirt covered the sky. Arya gasped intensely on the ground. Yang Yi and Snowy hurriedly over. Yang Yi helped her up, and he noticed that her face was completely red. It had been caused by overuse of strength. Snowy quickly sent her some spirit energy. Just like that, around an hour passed before Arya finally recovered. After that, she sighed softly and seemed quite dejected. "I still can't do it." Yang Yi asked, "Arya, are you cultivating that technique you obtained in the Destiny dimension?" Arya nodded and passed it to Yang Yi. "Do you want to cultivate it too?" Yang Yi flipped it open, and he laughed bitterly upon reading the first page. He couldn't cultivate it. The strength requirement was too great. For example, the first move, World Explosion. Its name was actually derived from the fact that it was so amazing. It would blow the minds of the entire world. In order to cultivate this move, one had to possess strength that could shake the earth. Or to be more precise, it was the strength to move at least over a dozen mountains and over 300 kilometers of earth. But he couldn't even move a single mountain. He could slice a mountain apart with a swing of his sword, but he really couldn't move one. Of course, Arya could. Yang Yi knew that the Six Crushers was something that only Arya may be able to cultivate successfully. Even the primal true dragon couldn't. Its strength requirement was just too huge. Yang Yi thought for a moment as he gazed at Arya's dejected face, and then he said, "Arya, you can't do it in one go. You have to take it slow. For example, try moving a single mountain first." Arya's eyes lit up. "Right, I should move one first." Arya jumped to her feet and went over to the nearest mountain. The mountain was 3 kilometers tall and over 3 kilometers wide. Arya was absolutely tiny before the mountain, and she was so tiny that it was like an ant standing before a human. At this moment, this ant intended to move a human, and that was quite amusing indeed. However, Arya was no ant. She gazed at the mountain in silence, and then she suddenly pressed her right claw against the mountain wall. Rumble. The entire mountain started to tremble. Boom. A moment later, it cracked apart. Arya stopped at the sight of this and frowned, because if she exerted more force, the entire mountain would collapse. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. "Don't use brute force." It was a familiar voice. Yang Yi looked over and saw Nanjing. He grinned. "You're done?" She nodded and walked over to Arya, and then she spoke softly. "Your strength is great, but it needs to be more flexible. You can try to disperse your strength to every corner of this mountain." Arya thought for a moment and nodded, and then she walked over to the mountain. She placed her claws on the mountain wall. Just like that, she started to exert force slowly. And Nanjing spoke slowly from Yang Ye's side. "Her strength is entirely sufficient to move that mountain, but she isn't very used to her strength. It's like how our strength can crush an egg with ease. So unless you can control your strength, the egg would be crushed." Holding and destroying are two different embodiments of force. Yang Yi nodded and gazed at Arya. At this moment, the mountain was moving slowly. It was gradually moving. Even though there were many cracks on it, it didn't shatter. Obviously, Arya was gradually starting to master her own strength. Snowy was ceaselessly cheering Arya on from the side. Actually, she wanted to move a mountain too, but she couldn't even push a rock forward. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. "Can we talk?" Yang Yi nodded. They walked off to the peak of a mountain behind the sword sect, and there was a spear following behind in Nanjing. It just followed her. During this time, the spear had even provoked Yang Yi. Or it should be said that it had provoked Heaven Executor. Heaven Executor naturally responded to that, but Yang Yi stopped it. As for the dagger axe, it became much more obedient after a Nanjing gave it a slap. A Nanjing looked up into the distance and spoke softly. "After I obtained this spear, I received the inheritance within it. But I also learned some things." Yang Yi asked, "What things?" She replied softly, "Some things about the destiny era." Yang Yi said, "Tell me about it." She remained silent. Yang Yi turned to look at her and spoke softly, "What is it?" She looked up at him. "I have to go somewhere." Yang Yi frowned. "Where?" She replied, "Where the owner of this spear was." Yang Yi said, "I'll go with you." She shook her head slightly. "I'm going on my own." Yang Yi was quite puzzled. "Why?" She gazed at him and replied softly, "There are things that I must do myself. Otherwise, I'll never become stronger." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time. In the end, he nodded. Just like that, and Nanjing left. She left with dagger axe. Yang Yi was a little sad. Of course he wanted a Nanjing to stay. But as Shed said, she had to walk her path on her own, and it was the only way for her to become stronger. She wanted to grow stronger. She didn't want Yang Yi to leave her behind. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden, Nether Maiden, and the others appeared before Yang Yi. They had restored their bodies with Snowy's help. Actually, the difference wasn't that huge. Of course, it was mainly due to Snowy's help. Snowy was truly the most extraordinary existence in the entire primordial pagoda. It was just that the little fellow was always playing around and didn't have a huge presence, nor did she act like an extraordinary expert. So, she was usually overlooked a little. Actually, she was really, really amazing, and she could do many, many things. But she was just too playful. Blood Maiden suddenly said, "We're leaving too." Yang Yi smiled wryly, "Second sister." Blood Maiden spoke softly, "The world is huge, and we plan to travel it." Yang Yi replied in a bitter tone, "You can just travel the pagoda." Blood Maiden shook her head. "We don't want to stay in this small world. There are no possibilities in here. Or to put it in simpler terms, it's just as a Nanjing said. We're leaving to take our own paths." Yang Yi shook his head. Blood Maiden patted him lightly on the shoulder. "We'll meet again." She turned around and vanished into the sky with the others. They'd left. Blood Maiden and the others had left without the slightest hesitation. It wasn't that they wouldn't miss this place, but they were very well aware that they would have no path ahead if they stayed. Life in the martial Tao required experience and effort. The primordial pagoda felt much quieter now. Yang Yi glanced in the direction of the sword sect. Su Qingshi and the others lived there. Actually, Schwer was much older now. Actually, even he wasn't that young anymore. Had been too busy throughout his path from profounder continent until now, and had rarely had days of peace. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud explosion pulled Yang Yi back from his thoughts. Yang Yi looked to the side, and he saw a mountain gradually rise from the ground. Arya had lifted the mountain. It seemed quite exaggerated and unreal, but it was really being lifted up. Yang Yi was actually shocked by this. After all, her petite figure contained such terrifying strength. Suddenly, the mountain exploded apart and countless rocks rained down from above. Yang Yi hurriedly tapped his finger forward. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy flashed through the sky and obliterated the rocks in midair. Yang Yi flashed over to Arya. At this moment, Arya's face was flushed red, and she was gasping for air. Obviously, it hadn't been easy for her. Yang Yi quickly asked, "How do you feel?" She glanced at him and cracked a smile. "I'm fine. I can still go on." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "Arya, cultivating is good, but you must not overdo it. Understand?" Arya nodded. "Don't worry, I won't be rash." She gazed at Snowy and continued, "They'll be fine with Snowy here. Snowy hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. All right, you can continue. Remember to take it slow and don't injure yourself. Besides that, it's best if you go somewhere else. This place is too close to the sword sect. All right. Arya nodded and impatiently vanished into the distance with Snowy. A short while later, rumbling came from afar. Yang Yi shook his head, smiled, and left the pagoda. As soon as he left the pagoda, a man appeared nearby. A man covered in an evil aura. The man's gaze descended onto the sword on Yang Yi's waist and spoke fiercely. Heaven Executor, that woman actually gave it to you. Yang Yi glanced at the man. You're MOU? The man gazed at Yang Yi. I am. Why? You're planning on begging for mercy? If you kneel down and beg, then I may spare you. Yang Yi shook his head and drew past life. See? Heaven Executor isn't all I have. I have past life too. I have 2 of them. Does that make you angry? Does it? Chapter 2675 Betrayal. Chapter 2675 Betrayal. MOU had an extremely ferocious expression on his face. Meanwhile, Yang Yi smiled. What is it? Why do you have that unsightly look on your face? MOU suddenly shook his head and smiled. You're trying to infuriate me. Very good. Allow me to tell you that you've succeeded. Yang Yi suddenly said, I don't think there's any enmity between us, is there? MOU smiled. I can't stand the sight of you. Is that a good enough reason? Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. It's because they chose me, and they gave up on you. That's why you can't stand the sight of me. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Seriously, if you're a man, you shouldn't come looking for me and should go after them. MOU had a ferocious expression on his face as he said, Don't worry, I'll make them repay me 100-fold one day. Yang Yi glanced at MOU, and there was a trace of pity in his eyes. This man before him was a prime example of an ungrateful bastard, or felt that everyone else owed him something. At this moment, Yang Yi thought of a saying, Help a little and be repaid. Help too much and be hated instead. If Destiny wanted these swords back, he wouldn't hesitate at all to return them, because they were never his. Even though Yang Yi seemed quite intolerant at most times, he would never covet something that didn't belong to him. But if it was his, he would never allow it to be taken. At this moment, MOU was clearly here to take his sword. Meanwhile, MOU suddenly walked over to Yang Yi. You used the sword. Very good. Come, let me see how great your technique is. I hope you don't disappoint me too much. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of extremely powerful sword intent surged out from him. His sharp sword intent was bone-piercingly cold, and it caused the temperature throughout the area to become icy cold. Yang Yi remained indifferent, and he suddenly unleashed the sword domain when the sword intent arrived before him. Boom! Space shook violently and MOU's icy cold sword intent was instantly suppressed. The sword domain? MOU grinned fiercely. You have some skill, but, suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of MOU, and then a sword slashed down from above. Slash. Yang Yi loved using this move because it was very domineering. MOU remained visibly calm as he raised his hands, and a sword appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi's sword just happened to strike against his sword. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi's sword shook, and then he was blasted away. Yang Yi glanced at his hand as he stood 300 m away, and it felt quite numb. Yang Yi looked ahead. MOU was holding a sword, a crimson-red sword. MOU cracked a smile, but it was quite evil and fierce. Do you know the name of this sword? Yang Yi shook his head. MOU grinned. It's Crimson Sky. She forged it for me. It doesn't fear your Heaven Executor because it contains her will in the sword Tao. Your sword won't harm this sword. So, are you jealous? Does it make you sad? Yang Yi glanced at MOU and shook his head. Have you been eating too much shit? MOU's eyes were filled with a kind of sickly madness. What? Is the person they chose only good with words? As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped the tip of his foot down and floated forward. At the same time, a crimson-red ray of light flashed. A crimson-red sword shot straight down from above Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at it indifferently, and he suddenly raised his sword and stabbed when it arrived just a few inches above him. He was planning to exchange his life for the enemy's life. Actually, fighting like this with a person's life on the line was more about mentality and aura. Mo's expression changed slightly when he saw Yang Yi fight with complete disregard for his life, and he immediately went on the defensive. At this moment, Mo's sword lost its sharpness. Bam! Yang Yi's attack blasted Mo back. However, this was just the beginning. Yang Yi appeared before Mo again. At this moment, he was holding a sword in each hand. They weren't Heaven Executor and Past Life. They were the Sword Precursor and Sword Supreme. These two swords were truly one with his heart. The Madness Sword Technique. Yang Yi swung his dual swords like a madman. Every slash pushed Mo back. Just like that, Mo was pushed over 3 kilometers back in just a short while. As for Yang Yi, he grew increasingly insane. Madness Sword Technique. It was a technique Head created himself, and it had just 2 characteristics, speed and ruthlessness. The entire sky was filled with clear and resounding clangs, and Mo was being pushed back repeatedly. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. Just like that, quite some time later, Mo had been pushed around 100 kilometers back. At this moment, he had a ferocious expression on his face while madness filled his eyes. Once Yang Yi suppressed him, he realized that he couldn't fight back no matter what. As soon as his sword intent was released, it would be suppressed by Yang Yi's sword intent and sword domain. He wanted to create distance between himself and Yang Yi, but he realized that Yang Yi's speed wasn't any slower than his own. Head lost the initiative. It didn't take long for injuries to appear all over Mo. As for Yang Yi, there were injuries on him too, but there were very few. Something worth mentioning was that Yang Yi hadn't used the armor. He liked to fight like this to his heart's content. As for Heaven Executor, Past Life, and that armor, he didn't want to use them if he could. The facts proved that he wasn't weak. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded, and then a flaming ray of sword energy surged into the air like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi grinned as he stood there, far away, and he placed his swords behind his back. There were some fiery red injuries on him too, but such few injuries were like an itch to him. Mo's clothes were in rags, and his entire body was covered in bloody injuries. Besides that, he was emanating a strand of powerful sword intent. It was full of vicious energy. Unfortunately, such viciousness was nothing to Yang Yi. After all, his level of viciousness was much more terrifying. Actually, if it was a competition of viciousness, then Arya was the best. That violent little girl was someone even Yang Yi had to fear when she went mad. Meanwhile, Mo suddenly started walking in Yang Yi's direction with sword in hand. His eyes were filled with viciousness and madness. Lowly bastard. You've infuriated me now. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up with his sword in both hands, and then a crimson-red sword descended from the sky. It was like a blood-red meteor. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. When the sword descended to him, Yang Yi dodged to the side while completing a horizontal swing with a single sword in both hands. The domain sword. He had started to fight seriously. Meanwhile, Mo's sword suddenly twisted and descended upon Yang Yi's sword. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Mo was blasted away. Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly by over 300 as well. Meanwhile, a fiery red ray of sword energy flashed at him. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot forward. Bang! The 2 sword energies exploded in midair. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was before Mo when he appeared once more. A sword descended. The domain sword. Moreover, it was with dual domains. Mo didn't shrink back and slashed at Yang Yi as well. At this moment, he was in a mad state as well. His sword descended. Bang! A figure was blasted away, and it was Mo. This time, Yang Yi didn't retreat. Mo was a peak Destiny Realm expert too, but he was far inferior to Zhumu. Meanwhile, Mo gazed at his cracked body with madness covering his face. Impossible. I would never lose to you. Never ever. Suddenly, Yang Yi leaped up and swung his sword down with both hands. Mo swiftly looked up and charged at Yang Yi. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Mou was blasted away once more. He flew over 3 kilometers away and spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood. An instant later, Mou looked up at Yang Yi, and then he howled madly as he transformed into countless rays of fiery red sword energy that shot at Yang Yi. It was like a meteor shower. Yang Yi frowned slightly and took a step forward, and then a sword hall appeared above him. An instant later, countless rays of sword energy covered the surroundings. A competition of sword energy. Yang Yi's sword energy was enhanced by sword intent and slaughter intent, and he had dual domains too. So, while Mou's sword intent and sword energy were quite unusual, they were still no match for Yang Yi. It didn't take long for all the fiery red sword energy to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and then Mou was blasted away once more. As soon as he stopped himself, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Mou. He looked up at Yang Yi and laughed ferociously. If I hadn't just emerged from there and only have less than 50% of my peak strength, how could you possibly be a match for me? Yang Yi stopped and said, less than 50% only? Why don't I let you heal up first before we continue? Mou was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly added, don't even think about it. I was just joking. Yang Yi leaped up and charged at Mou. Heal up? What a joke. This wasn't a game. Strike when the iron is hot. That was Yang Yi's style. However, something unexpected occurred. Yang Yi stopped abruptly. Heaven Progenitor suddenly shook within the primordial pagoda, and then it charged out of the pagoda. In the end, it pointed itself at Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 2676 I Don't Want It. Chapter 2676 I Don't Want It. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi stood there while Heaven Executor was just pointed at him. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. Snowy gazed at the sword and frowned. She was about to grab it, but Yang Yi stopped her. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. He didn't sense anything, but he knew that person was behind this. The original owner of Heaven Executor. Destiny. Only its original owner could make Heaven Executor point itself at him. Haha. Mou suddenly started to laugh madly. See that? See? Haha. Your sword isn't even yours. It isn't yours. Yang Yi ignored Mou's ramblings and looked up at the sky. It's quite unfair to me. He received no reply, but Heaven Executor was still pointed at him. Obviously, he wasn't allowed to kill Mou. Yang Yi gazed at the sword for a long time. Suddenly, another sword appeared in his grasp. Past life. Yang Yi took it in both hands and swung it. It struck Heaven Executor, but it didn't move at all. Conversely, Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Moreover, a mark had appeared on his throat. It merely cut through his skin. A warning. It was clearly a warning to Yang Yi. Haha. Mou roared madly with laughter and glanced coldly at Yang Yi. They'll come for you again. Just you wait. He transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Once Mou left, Heaven Executor trembled slightly and moved into a vertical position. Yang Yi glanced at the sky. I'm very vengeful. He received no reply. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just left. Meanwhile, Heaven Executor suddenly floated over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi grabbed it and hurled it into the sky. Fuck off. I don't want you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished into the distance. Heaven Executor floated there quietly, and some time passed before it abruptly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi shot through space on his sword, and his face was extremely gloomy. A humiliation. This incident was a humiliation to him. Weak. Had only been humiliated because he was weak. Improve his strength. An hour later, Yang Yi arrived at the Eternal River. He glanced at the surroundings and entered the primordial pagoda. At this moment, only the members of the ancient sword sect and Su Qingshi and the others were left in the primordial pagoda. The members of the ancient sword sect were aware of the primordial pagoda's existence. It could be considered as Yang Yi's own world. Gunya led the members of the ancient sword sect to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. All of you plan to leave? Gunya nodded. Yang Yi was still quite puzzled. Why? Gunya glanced at the surroundings and said, "Spirit energy is abundant here, but we lost many possibilities here. We sword cultivators cannot just sit at one spot and cultivate. We must experience things. The end world." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "It's dangerous out there." Gunya laughed bitterly. "That's why we want to go outside. If we just hide here, our mental state will never improve. Of course, we will conceal our identities out there, and we'll split up." Yang Yi fell silent. Gunya continued, "The ancient sword sect won't cease to exist, and we'll come back together when the time is right. As for you, you'll always be our sect master. You are the only sect master in our hearts." Yang Yi glanced at them. He saw many familiar faces in the ground like Lu Yunxian. Not many from the ancient sword sect had survived, but all of them were elites among elites. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before looking at Snowy. The latter nodded and waved her paw. Countless divine crystals appeared before Gunya and the others. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Take care out there." Gunya nodded and said, "You too, sect master. No matter where you are, so long as you need us, we'll be there." Yang Yi grinned. "Just take care of yourselves out there. And the ancient sword sect can't be allowed to vanish. So, from this moment onward, all of you are a sect master of the ancient sword sect. You can start your own sects or do something else. However, no matter what you do, I hope all of you don't fight and kill each other. Otherwise, I'd be very disappointed. All right?" Gunya replied seriously. "Don't worry, we will absolutely not do that." Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at them. "Take care." The others cupped their fists. "Take care, sect master." A short while later, they took the divine crystals and left. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. The primordial pagoda was slightly emptier again. As if she could sense how Yang Yi was feeling, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder and gently rubbed her head against his face. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. "I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought Snowy over to Area. At this moment, she was deep in the mountains, and loud explosions resounded there from time to time. Area had gone mad cultivating that technique. Now, she practically never played and just spent most of her time cultivating. She rarely spent time going around the place with Snowy. Yang Yi didn't disturb Area. He knew that she wanted to grow stronger. It was because their enemies were very, very strong right now. Yang Yi played with Snowy for a while before leaving the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi saw a familiar figure by the eternal river. The woman in white. Yang Yi walked over, and she glanced at him and grinned. "You feel wronged?" Obviously, she knew what had happened during the battle with Mou. Yang Yi shook his head. "I just think it's quite unfair." The woman in white smiled. "You even returned that sword to her. Looks like you're quite resentful." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Since it could point itself at me, why would I keep it?" She smiled and walked along the river. "Do you know why I'm fond of staying here?" Yang Yi shook his head. She replied softly, "I had some good times here, times without war and fighting. In the past, it was very peaceful here. Unfortunately, as more and more people found this place, it wasn't that peaceful anymore." She gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. "In the beginning, I tried to influence them with reason and kindness. Unfortunately, I failed. Sometimes, people are like that. The more you attempt to reason with them, the more they would refuse to listen. In the end, I realized that just reason alone wouldn't work, and at most times, killing a few people would do the trick." As she spoke, she suddenly waved her hands. In an instant, the entire eternal river was split open. Yang Yi saw a pile of corpses below the river. Yang Yi gazed at the woman in white, and she nodded. "I killed them. As for how many there are, I can't remember. All I do know is that I used a little too much strength, and then all of them died here." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The woman in white suddenly sat on a rock and looked off into the distance. They don't know anything about what we sacrificed in order to give the living beings of this universe true freedom. We sacrificed too much. However, those who came after us just kept destroying this universe we sacrificed our lives to save." She gazed at Yang Yi once more and continued, "Extraordinarily strong experts feel no pity. They feel no pity for the world. nor do they cherish the world. All they care about is growing stronger like madmen. They are willing to sacrifice everything, even the living beings of a world. Yang Yi fell silent. She looked into the distant sky, taking and destroying. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "If you become very, very strong one day, would you be willing to treat the living beings of this world with kindness?" Yang Yi smiled wryly. "I really want to say yes, because it would make you happy. But I'm sure you've realized that this world isn't very friendly at most times." The woman in white smiled. "I know. Just kindness alone cannot manage this world, and just evil alone won't work either. Of course, I'm just asking you about it. Will you treat this world with kindness if that day comes?" Yang Yi rubbed his nose. "Does she want me to be the guardian of this world?" She smiled. "Actually, I already know your answer." She waved her right hand, and past life appeared in her grasp. She gazed at the sword and said, "My other form, the owner of Heaven Executor." She brought up Imoyu, and she had very high hopes for him. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Even then, she couldn't bear to kill him. So, she made the other form of me, the one you call the woman in black, imprison him. When you tried to kill him earlier, it was the owner of the Heaven Executor who stopped you." Yang Yi fell silent. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Of course, I'm on your side because I chose you." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Thank you. I guarantee that if the living beings of this universe don't betray me or try to harm me, then I won't do that to them." Because of Snowy, he actually felt a certain sense of closeness toward the sprites and living beings of this world. She gazed at him for a long time and floated up slowly into the air. A short while later, she was in front of Yang Yi, and she looked down at him while holding his face. She pressed her forehead against his and spoke softly, "Its name is past life, and it is from the world of past life. If you wish to truly master it, you must master the energy of past life. Here, feel it for yourself." As soon as she said that, Yang Yi's figure instantly stiffened, and then his eyes opened wide. A strand of mysterious energy started devouring him. End of Book 21. Chapter 26, 77 Snowy's Past. Chapter 26, 77 Snowy's Past. Book 22. What lies beyond the energy of past life? It was an indescribable form of energy, and it was an energy Yang Yi had never experienced. Past life was like transcendence, and it could also be considered as destruction. It was a very profound form of energy. It was like a different form of energy beyond profound energy. Yang Yi had seen many different forms of energy like faith energy. Past life energy was a different type of energy like that. Just like that, a long time passed before Yang Yi lost consciousness. The woman in white put Yang Yi down and raised her right hand slightly. A huge rock suddenly appeared beneath Yang Yi. Meanwhile, an old man appeared nearby. The old man with the bamboo chest. At this moment, the old man's face was pale, and there was a strand of mysterious energy around him. The energy was ceaselessly devouring him. The woman in white glanced at him, and then she waved her right hand. Past life shot over from afar. Meanwhile, the old man shook his head. Past life stopped right before him. The old man spoke softly, "If you destroy it, that existence may sense it." The woman in white shook her head. "It doesn't matter." As soon as she finished speaking, past life slashed down. Hiss. The mysterious energy around the old man was slashed into bits. Meanwhile, the sky shook, and the old man sighed softly. The woman in white glanced at the sky and smiled. "I still have some time. Let me finish up a few more things." She gazed at Yang Yi, who was lying on the rock. Meanwhile, Arya and Snowy appeared by his side. Arya had vigilance all over her face. The woman in white looked exactly like the woman in black, so she wasn't very friendly. The woman in white glanced at Arya and Snowy, and she smiled. "You two are actually together now, and you're even so close." She gazed at Yang Yi. "This fellow is really quite interesting." Arya sized up the woman in white and said, "Are you with that woman in black?" The woman in white smiled. "What do you think?" Arya shook her head. "You don't seem like it. You aren't that unbearable, unlike that woman in black who's always asking for a beating." The woman in white shook her head and smiled. Your temper is as violent as it was all those years ago. She gazed at the old man, and the latter nodded slightly and patted his bamboo chest. A crystalline and translucent fragment floated over to Arya. An inner core fragment. Arya immediately grabbed it. It was an instinctive reaction. Her intuition told her that she really needed that fragment. Arya gazed at it for a long time and looked up at the woman in white. This is for me? The woman in white nodded slightly. I shattered your inner core in battle many years ago, and I kept one of the fragments as a form of respect. Now, since you're with him, and your character has changed to the point you're not as unreasonable as before, I'm giving it back to you. Arya spoke in a slightly bitter tone. I was no match for you in the past? The old man shook his head and smiled. The woman in white chuckled as well. Actually, you were very, very formidable all those years ago. However, you met my strongest form. I was extremely formidable then, and your ability to pose a threat to me was absolutely amazing. Arya shook her head. Am still very weak. Not at all. The old man suddenly said, your strength was incomparably terrifying. He glanced at the woman in white and continued, you were actually equally matched to her in a one-on-one battle. The woman in white nodded slightly and didn't deny that. Arya was very strong all those years ago. At that time, even Chi-Bitian at her prime was inferior to Arya. Of course, there were many, many true experts in that era. Besides Destiny in her whole form, there were many equally matched existences. Arya hesitated for a moment and said, if I work hard on cultivating, would I be able to defeat that woman in black? The woman in white smiled. It's very likely. Arya nodded and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at herself. Of course, she didn't forget to shoot a glance at the bamboo chest behind the old man. The woman in white walked over to Snowy and rubbed the latter's head. I'm very sorry about what happened to you. In order to protect the sprites of this world, you even wanted to annihilate the humans, demons, and all the other races. She shook her head and smiled. You were more overbearing and cruel than Arya ever was. The sprite progenitor. Kindness. Actually, besides her, very few in the world knew how terrifying the sprite progenitor had been. At that time, Snowy wasn't called the sprite progenitor. She was the good sprite, the symbol of goodness in the world. However, this goodness wasn't extended to humans, demons, and the other races. It was only for other sprites. The humans and the other races plundered the world for their own agenda and destroyed the universe. So, Snowy's response to this had been to summon all the sprites and slaughter the humans and the other races. She was serious about it. The woman in white shook her head and chuckled when she recalled the past. At that time, if she hadn't stepped forward, then the human race and all the other races would have been annihilated. Snowy's plan at the time was for only sprites to remain in the world. As for everything else, they should just vanish. Now, this little fellow before her. The woman in white chuckled. The world is always changing. She rubbed Snowy's head, and then a strand of mysterious energy entered Snowy. Snowy shuddered and gazed at the woman with bewilderment. The woman spoke softly. It can help you become extremely amazing. Sense it slowly and multiply that strand of profound energy. Understand? Snowy nodded, and then she pointed at the old man's bamboo chest. She was saying that she wanted it. The old man's face darkened. Why won't that little fellow ever forget my bamboo chest? The woman in white pinched Snowy's cheek and looked up at the sky. Send him to the world of past life once he wakes up. The old man frowned slightly. That place. She smiled. Since he has obtained my sword, he has the right to go there. She tapped Yang Ye's forehead at this moment. In an instant, Yang Ye's body shook, and then his cultivation was completely sealed. The old man laughed bitterly. His strength was never very strong. And now that you've even sealed his cultivation, aren't you sending him to his death? She shook her head and smiled. What is the strongest sword? The old man fell silent for a moment and replied, the ordinary sword. She nodded slightly. The sword is just ordinary metal, and it's extraordinary because of its wielder. I've sealed his cultivation because I hope it'll help him comprehend what a sword really is. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, haven't you noticed? His sword Tao and sword heart are already at his limits. What I'm doing is helping him remove everything so that he can put in something new. The energy of past life is merely an initial gift, and as for the rest, the amount he can obtain is up to him. A huge vortex appeared in the sky once she finished speaking. The woman in white grinned. Tell him that Chi Bitian and Tian Xiu are in the outer area of the four-dimensional universe, and it's very dangerous there. They need help, and if he can't improve quickly, then they will most likely die. She glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Encouragement is necessary, but so is pressure. I chose you, and I've done what I can for you. The rest is up to you. She suddenly transformed into a ray of white light that shot up into the sky. A short while later, the white light entered the vortex, and then the entire sky gradually calmed down. Once the woman in white left, Snowy suddenly appeared before the old man. She cracked a smile and pointed at the bamboo chest. It was obvious what she wanted. The old man laughed bitterly. I can't give that to you. Snowy blinked, and a sword appeared in her grasp. It was past life. She waved it lightly while her eyes narrowed slightly, and she just stared at the bamboo chest. The old man laughed bitterly. Little fellow, there are some things in there, but some of them don't belong to me. I'm just keeping some of them safe for others. So, I really can't give it to you. Snowy blinked. She pointed at herself to say that she could help them keep it safe. The old man glanced at her with a weird gaze in his eyes. You will keep them safe? No one would ever believe you. All of them will be gone once they fall into your hands. He knew the little fellow's style very well. Suddenly, Arya walked over. She glanced at Snowy and frowned. Snowy, how can you be like that? It belongs to someone else, so we can't ask for it. Understand? The old man almost cried when he heard Arya. She's truly sensible. Meanwhile, Arya gazed at the old man and said, Old man, forgive Snowy. She isn't very sensible. The old man hurriedly shook his head. Of course, of course. Arya nodded, and then she gazed at the bamboo chest. That bamboo chest looks really good. Can you let me have a look at it? I just want to have a look. The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. It was because Arya seemed quite sensible and had helped him out of the previous predicament, so he felt that letting her have a look was all right. The old man passed it to her and smiled. Just don't open it. Arya nodded and took it from him. After that, she passed it to Snowy, and Snowy just sent it into the primordial pagoda. The old man was stunned, and then he gazed at Arya. Didn't you say that you were only going to take a look? Arya nodded. They'll be taking a slow look later. The old man gulped and said, just give it back to me. Arya gazed at the old man with bewilderment. Why should I? The old man was stunned. You borrowed it from me, so of course you must return it. Arya blinked. But I didn't say when. She raised a finger at this point. 100 years, they'll return it in 100 years. I always keep my word. The old man was stunned speechless. Chapter 2678 World of Past Life. Chapter 2678 World of Past Life. A bandit. A true bandit. The old man really wanted to cry. Suddenly, Snowy withdrew the bamboo chest and passed it to the old man. The old man was stunned. Snowy cracked a smile. She pointed at the bamboo chest and pointed at both Arya and herself. She was asking him if he had anything that was suitable for them, and just one would be enough. It was fine if he didn't. They didn't want the bamboo chest. The old man was absolutely stunned. He wondered if Snowy was up to something. Actually, Arya and Snowy weren't unreasonable. At most times, they just felt it was fun. Of course, they really wanted the bamboo chest because it was full of treasures. But they remembered that the old man had helped Yang Yi and them. They couldn't do this. So, they changed their usual shameless attitude for now and returned it. The old man glanced at them, and then he smiled and opened the bamboo chest. Arya and Snowy hurriedly looked at it. They held it in their hands and gazed at it with eyes full of anticipation. The old man pulled out a staff, a pure white cane that seemed as if it was made of jade. It was around a meter long, less than a finger in width, and had a dark green gem at the top. There were 2 characters inscribed on the gem. Sprite staff. There were some cracks all around it. The old man passed the sprite staff to Snowy. It's one of the weapons you once used. It's a treasure of utmost goodness, and it has many terrifying abilities. Unfortunately, it was severely damaged during the battle. Of course, I'm sure you can repair it. Snowy blinked and took it from him. As soon as it entered her grasp, the sprite staff shook, and then an invisible spirit energy barrier appeared. The old man grinned. I'll make using the sprite domain much easier for you. Enhancement. One of the staff's abilities that he knew of was its ability to enhance. It could enhance Snowy's strength tremendously. Snowy really couldn't keep her paws off the staff. Every swing of it severely affected the spirit energy in the surroundings. Meanwhile, Arya gazed at the old man. She was asking him for her gift. The old man thought for a moment and sighed softly. After that, he withdrew something from the bamboo chest. It was an axe. The axe's hilt was made of rough pitch black metal, and its blade was a piece of unknown black metal too. There were some gaps in its blade. It didn't look very nice in appearance. Arya was quite disappointed. The old man smiled. Don't be disappointed. Try it out. Arya grabbed the axe, but she almost failed to hold it up. So heavy. That was what Arya felt. Arya blinked and was quite interested now. She started to exert strength, and it didn't take long for her to raise it slowly. But it was still quite heavy. Use both hands. The old man spoke abruptly. Arya shook her head. I can do it with one hand. Let me get used to it for a moment. The old man laughed bitterly. If the original owner of this axe heard her, that person would probably be embarrassed to death. Arya raised the axe and waved it about with a single hand, and then she gazed at the old man. Gramps, is this axe formidable in battle? Gramps. The old man laughed bitterly again. He really didn't dare to accept such a name. In the past, Arya had been very powerful and overbearing. No one in the world was worth a glance to her. Even Destiny had been very respectful to Arya. Now, she was calling him Gramps. The once most evil existence in the world had become slightly different now. The old man restrained his thoughts and answered her. It's called the Desolate Axe, and it's from the Desolate clan. Right, it's from the former form of the current Desolate race. There were around 10 extremely powerful clans then, and the Desolate clan was one of them. Of course, besides the Desolate race, all the others are gone now. He sighed softly at this point. They're all gone. Arya blinked. Why? The old man replied softly. All of them were slaughtered. Arya was quite curious. Who did it? The old man smiled. You'll find out soon enough. Now, let me tell you about this axe. The Desolate Axe belonged to the patriarch of the Desolate clan at that time. It was an extremely good weapon at the time. It was forged from the cores of many black holes, so it's extremely heavy and impossible to lift by ordinary people. Even the patriarch of the Desolate clan had to use 2 hands to wield it. It was even under the circumstances that his heart and mind were one with the axe. He seemed to have thought of something at this point and gazed at Arya with a smile on his face. You're an exception. You can wield it with a single hand. Arya waved the axe and gazed at Snowy. Snowy, let me see yours. Snowy passed the sprite staff to her, and she passed the axe to Snowy. Snowy held it up without any difficulty whatsoever. Arya was at a loss for words. The old man's face stiffened as well. Snowy waved the axe, knocked it, and seemed quite curious. Arya gazed at the old man, and the old man laughed bitterly. She's the sprite of goodness in the world. Theoretically speaking, she can use all divine treasures, unless they are of utmost evil and counter her. He glanced at Arya with a weird expression in his eyes. Utmost evil? She was the greatest evil. But instead of clashing as they were supposed to, these 2 little fellows were absolutely close. Simply speaking, they had no natural enemies now that they were together. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yang Yi. At the same time, Snowy and Arya went over to Yang Yi's side. It was because Yang Yi had regained consciousness. The old man sighed softly when he noticed how concerned Arya and Snowy were. He wondered what kind of good deeds Yang Yi had done in his previous life to actually make these 2 little fellows treat him like a loved one. Yang Yi felt very weak, extremely even. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Yang Yi gazed at the old man, and the old man spoke solemnly. am going to send you to a place. It's her final test for you. If you succeed, you'll obtain many things you never imagined possible, but if you fail, you will die. Of course, you can choose to refuse. If you give up, your cultivation will recover immediately. However, she will take back past life and the energy of past life. She said that you have the right to choose, and she won't force you to do anything. Yang Yi glanced at his body, fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the old man. I agree. An opportunity. He was very well aware that it was an opportunity, and he had to grab onto it. The old man nodded slightly and gazed at both Arya and Snowy. Now, both of you return to the pagoda, and you cannot come outside and help him. Arya frowned. Why? The old man didn't explain and gazed at Yang Yi. He knew that Yang Yi had to explain. Yang Yi gazed at Arya and Snowy with a smile. I want to grow stronger, so I must do it myself. Both of you just play in the pagoda, all right? Arya and Snowy exchanged glances, and then they nodded and returned to the pagoda. They were very confident in Yang Yi. He was their big brother Yang. Yang Yi gazed at the old man, and the latter nodded slightly and waved his right hand before vanishing on the spot with Yang Yi. The old man shot through space with Yang Yi. Yang Yi was very weak, and he didn't even have the ability to fly. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to use his profound energy. Something worth mentioning was that he was like an ordinary person now. Finally, they arrived at a teleportation formation. A stellar teleportation formation. The old man put Yang Yi down and spoke softly. Besides the countless geniuses of her era, there were 9 heavens and 10 clans. 8 of the 10 clans have been annihilated, but their old homes are still there. Of course, most of them are in ruins. The world of past life is behind this teleportation formation, and it's the past life clan's territory. Your objective is to get out of there alive. Yang Yi glanced at the teleportation formation and said, The world of past life? How is she linked to it? The old man fell silent. Yang Yi didn't inquire further. He glanced at the teleportation formation and asked, I really can't use my cultivation? The old man nodded. Most people cannot undo her seal. Unless you give up. If you give up, you'll recover immediately. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. The old man spoke softly. You must realize that she doesn't have much time left, and you don't have much time either. You really don't. He looked up at the sky and said, Do you know why the Destiny in Black isn't going to kill those Destiny Realm experts? Yang Yi shook his head. The old man explained softly, 2 reasons. Firstly, she has to suppress some existences. Secondly, she thinks you should put an end to their lives. Because based on the current circumstances, she had clearly accepted you. Yang Yi smiled wryly. The old man placed his right hand on Yang Yi's back, and then Yang Yi floated slowly toward the teleportation formation. Whether your sword Dao and strength advances further is all up to you. Yang Yi just happened to enter the teleportation formation once he finished speaking. A moment later, the teleportation formation activated, and Yang Yi was sucked into it. The old man fell silent for a long time, and then he lifted the bamboo chest on his back and left. Once he left, the teleportation formation vanished as well. Chapter 26, 79 Sausage Slicer. Chapter 26, 79 Sausage Slicer. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. Hot. That was Yang Yi's first thought. He immediately jumped to his feet and looked down. He was in a desert. An extremely huge sun hung high above. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and only a scene of desolation was there to greet his eyes. It was a practically destroyed world. Yang Yi started walking forward while past life remained in his grasp. He was walking very slowly because he was still very weak, even now. While his body was very powerful, it had been affected by the past life energy, so he was in a very, very bad state right now. As for the past life energy itself, he had no idea how to use it right now. On the other hand, he couldn't use his profound energy at all. Everything had been sealed off. Yang Yi looked into the distance and walked, step by step. It was because he saw buildings there, but they were a little far away. A short while later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and looked down. There was a corpse by his feet. A corpse that looked human yet wasn't entirely human. Yang Yi pressed his right hand down. Bang! The sand around the corpse was instantly blasted away, and the entire corpse was revealed before his eyes. It was human yet wasn't. It was much taller than a human. While the corpse's body was intact, its aura was gone. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and shook his right hand lightly. In an instant, the sand around him was pushed away, and many more corpses appeared around him. There were around 100 of them. All of them were resting peacefully. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before continuing forward. Finally, he walked out of the desert and arrived before a ruin. There was a statue before the ruin, and before it was a tablet. On the tablet were a few words. "Thou shalt kneel. Kneel." Yang Yi glanced at the statue, and then he walked around it. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The statue suddenly moved. A huge fist slammed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. He tapped the tip of his foot against the ground with the intent of creating distance, but this time, the ground cracked open yet his figure didn't fly away. Meanwhile, the fist was before him. Yang Yi raised his sword and stabbed. Bang! His figure was blasted right back into the desert. He was back where he'd been when he just arrived in this world. Moreover, he was covered in sand. A long time later, Yang Yi crawled out of the sand. Once he emerged, his countenance was pale, and his entire right hand was trembling incessantly. He couldn't even hold his sword. Now that he'd lost his past cultivation, he realized that his old way of fighting wouldn't work, or it should be said that it didn't really suit him. Moreover, now that he couldn't use his profound energy, past life strength had declined tremendously. Besides being indestructible, it didn't have any other ability. Because he had no profound energy, so it had no past life energy, not even a bit. It could only be considered as an indestructible sword. Yang Yi planned to rest for a while, but the status suddenly started walking in his direction. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He knew that he had to change the way he fought. A sword cultivator. He was a sword cultivator. Meanwhile, the status slammed its fist at Yang Yi. The world shook before its fist, and countless explosions resounded through the air. It was a peak Destiny Realm expert. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he turned around and started running. He was running. However, the energy in the fist covered the entire area. Even if he wasn't going head-on against it, he was still affected by its energy. So, Yang Yi was blasted away once more. This time, he didn't even know where he'd gone. All he did know was that he'd been buried beneath the sand. Moreover, he could sense the space and the surroundings trembling. The statue was growing closer and closer. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground again. Meanwhile, the statue was already in front of him. A moment later, its fist slammed down at him. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he shot backward. He dodged the punch, but he failed to dodge the energy it emanated. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again. Despair. Helplessness. At this moment, Yang Yi experienced despair and helplessness. If his cultivation was restored, then he could fight this fellow with his flying sword and sword domain. But besides a slightly stronger body and his combat instinct, every other aspect of him was no different than an ordinary person. How could he fight the statue? It was impossible. Yang Yi could only dodge incessantly, but he was very well aware that this couldn't go on for long, because he had no profound energy, and he didn't possess an endless healing ability like he used to. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again, and mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him. Once he crashed to the ground, Yang Yi hurried to his feet and ran again. At a time like this, he couldn't be bothered about maintaining appearances, nor could he care about the ordinary sword or the past life energy. All of them were useless because the most important thing right now was to stay alive. This time, Yang Yi ran very fast, and had vanished before the statue could even attack him. The statue was stunned for a while, and then it returned to where it had been. It looked ahead as if it was protecting something. Meanwhile, Yang Yi laid motionlessly on the desert, far away. His entire body was covered in cracks. He was in a truly terrible state. It was the worst in history. had been completely crushed this time. Yang Yi looked down at past life. It didn't have its terrifying might anymore, and it was like an ordinary piece of metal that was completely useless. The sword seemed to sense Yang Yi's thoughts, and it shook while seeming to be saying something. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. All right, it's not your fault. It's mine. It's my fault. The sword. Of course, Yang Yi knew that the strength of a sword was normally decided by its wielder. Obviously, he was very weak right now, very, very weak. So, even past life was weak with him. They rose and fell together. Yang Yi raised past life, and he fell silent as he gazed at it. Silence. Why am I so weak without profound energy? It shouldn't be like that. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. In the end, he started walking toward the statue. However, he stopped a short while later and started walking back. There was no fear in his heart, but it didn't mean he should go seek out death. He was very well aware that if he challenged that statue in his current state, he would probably die. But if he didn't do it, how would he leave the world of past life? Besides that, the woman in white had said that Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu were in the outer area of the four-dimensional universe, and they weren't in a very good situation. There were the experts of the end world too. They wouldn't spare him and Snowy. Of course, he refused to spare them either. He had to go forward. However, he may die if he continued forward. Yang Yi looked down at his sword and fell silent. Past life remained silent as well. It was just a sword. A dilemma. Yang Yi just stood there silently for an entire day and night. He thought of many, many things. In the end, he realized that the more he thought about it, the more worries he had, and the more he wasn't able to go forward. Yang Yi suddenly realized that every time his sword Dao and sword heart improved, he would assume they had no further problems. He felt they were very pure. However, every time he was faced with a choice, and especially some difficult choices, he would realize that his sword heart wasn't that pure, and it was still full of cracks. At this moment, the unfettered one came to mind. The unfettered one had no ties, and so he would never be in a situation like Yang Yi, because the unfettered one was unfettered. However, he had too many things to worry about, like Snowy, Qi Bitian, Su Qingshi, and the others. He had too many ties. At most times, he couldn't just think about himself and had to think about the people by his side. So, his sword was much more inferior when compared to the unfettered one. Even though it was linked to the amount of time Head cultivated, it wasn't an absolute issue. On the second day, Yang Yi took a step around dusk. He walked slowly toward the statue. Head figured out some things. Snowy, Area, and Su Qingshi and the others weren't his shackles or burdens. They were his motivation. Yang Yi wanted to grow stronger, and he wanted to get out of here alive. He couldn't cower, and he couldn't allow himself to die here. But reality was a cruel thing. A breath of time later, boom! An explosion resounded, and a figure was blasted away. It was Blaster, very, very far away. Boom! The figure crashed into the sand and caused a huge wave of sand to surge. The statue started charging at the figure. So, under the setting sun, a figure ran toward the distance like a madman. He ran and ran until the statue finally stopped, and only then did he stop and start gasping on the ground. In the primordial pagoda, Area and Snowy sat on the ascension platform. They were looking at Yang Yi, and in Area's grasp was a tonghulu. She licked it and said, "Big brother Yang is really suffering." Snowy nodded in agreement and tilted her head to the side. Area understood what she meant and moved the tonghulu over for Snowy to lick it. Snowy licked it for a while before observing Yang Yi again. However, she would touch Area's horns from time to time, and Area would touch Snowy's cheeks. They were nice and chubby. A short while later, Area seemed to have thought of something and casually picked up the desolate axe. She said, "Snowy, can you make this thing stronger? And make all of these marks on it disappear too?" Snowy glanced at it and nodded to display that it wasn't a problem. Area didn't consume the second inner core fragment because she couldn't cultivate right now. She had to be conscious at all times. She was worried about Yang Yi in his current state. In the outside world, Yang Yi walked toward the statue once more, but it didn't take long for him to be blasted away again. However, after he fled, it didn't take long for him to walk toward it once more. Over and over again. He didn't fight back, not even once. He just kept staring at the statue. He was watching its attacks. In the end, he noticed that the statue was actually like a living being and wasn't just a statue. Time trickled by. 2 weeks passed by. This time, Yang Yi arrived before the statue once more. As always, it suddenly raised its hand and slammed a punch at Yang Yi. At the instant it swung a punch at him, Yang Yi didn't dodge. He suddenly leaped over to the statue and laughed fiercely. "Try this new move I just created. Sausage slicer." Yang Yi stabbed his sword at the statue's nether regions. At this moment, the statue's fist stopped an inch away from Yang Yi's head. Even then, Yang Yi was blasted away again. As for the statue, it suddenly let out a strange shrill cry, and then it held its nether regions with both hands and jumped. Chapter 2680, I'll give you a chance. Chapter 2680, I'll give you a chance. Countless strands of unknown liquid were surging out from the statue's nether regions. At this moment, Yang Yi had been blasted over 10 kilometers away. A long time later, he crawled up from the ground, and his chest was dyed red with blood. However, he had a grin on his face. A mad smile. The smile on his face gradually widened until he started laughing madly, ha ha. His laughter was like thunder that reverberated through the world. The sword? Yang Yi's smile turned slightly bitter. After training with the sword for so many years, Head actually overlooked something. Sword insight. The ability to overcome all techniques with a single swing of the sword. It was a very, very common technique that Head learned a long time ago. However, Head forgotten it completely without even realizing. Because at most times, he didn't need to look for any weak points, nor did he need any technique. Learn a bit, forget a bit, that was how he was. His sword and sword heart were pure indeed, and they were stronger than before. So, when he fought, Head practically just swung another time if the first couldn't kill his opponent. In short, his sword only contained brute force. But that wasn't the only thing a sword could do. Just like this very moment. Now that he had lost his brute strength, he discovered a new direction, and a new door had been opened to him. It was actually a door Head opened in the past, but Head forgotten about it. Now, Head gained a deeper understanding of it and wouldn't forget it again. Sword insight encompassed 2 methods of destroying an enemy's techniques. The first was by force, overwhelming force. As for the second, it was by technique. It was by locating an enemy's weak point and exploiting it. Just like what Head done a while ago. If Head struck the statue's hand or chest, it would have never been able to severely injure the statue. The facts proved that where the sword struck was very important. Yang Yi laid there and looked at the sky. It was night now, but there were no stars in the sky. All that he saw was an expanse of gray. He recalled everything Head experienced, and he realized that the things Head forgotten in the past were actually so useful. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Others were constantly learning new things, but he was actually going to learn things from the past. Was it normal? He didn't know. All he did know was that he wanted to give it a try. Actually, Yang Yi didn't know that this was the reason the woman in white had sent him here. When a person went through great difficulty and climbed to the top of the mountain, that person would learn many things and have many thoughts. However, that person would similarly learn more new things and have more new thoughts while descending the mountain. If Yang Yi thought carefully, he would notice that someone had reminded him of that in the past. At this moment, Yang Yi had finally experienced how complicated the sword Dao was. The sword wasn't that simple. 2 hours later, Yang Yi stood up and walked forward. The statue was gone when he arrived where it usually remained. It was gone. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and walked toward the ruins. Based on the size of it, it was the ruins of a city, and there were quite a few dilapidated buildings in it. Yang Yi didn't dare to be careless and walked forward vigilantly. Meanwhile, in Eternal Kingdom, the desolate race had sounded the horns of war. It was back. The desolate race's army started to attack Eternal Kingdom. While they'd lost the desolate emperor, they still had their strength. Moreover, it was clearly not that weak. Eternal River. It became a battlefield again. Endworld. An old man and a middle-aged man arrived there. They were Huang Buer and the Eternal Lord. Both of them wished to seek the End-World's help, because the side which obtained the End-World's help would definitely win. The Desolate race may have had no need for the End-World's help in the past, but that was because it had the Desolate Emperor. In short, if it wasn't for the Destiny in a white dress, it was almost impossible for anyone in the Destiny realm to kill the Desolate Emperor. Now that the Desolate Emperor was dead, the Desolate race had no choice but to show humility before the End-World. In the floating hall at the End-World, Huang Buer and the Eternal Lord sat facing each other. Both of them remained silent. A long time passed before a voice resounded, "Please leave. The End-World will not interfere." The Eternal Lord frowned slightly. "Why?" The voice resounded again, "We have our own enemies, so we don't want to interfere in these conflicts. Of course, you should keep in mind that Yang Yi is someone we are determined to kill. So, we don't want any of you to have any ties to him. That's all I'll say. Please take your leave now." Huang Buer stood up and left. The Eternal Lord looked toward the seat of the host and said, "The Desolate race has some other trump card, right?" Actually, the End-World was more inclined to support Eternal Kingdom, but its attitude had changed now. The only thing which could have done that was the Desolate race possessing strength, which even the End-World didn't want to deal with. It wasn't worth the price they would have to pay. The Eternal Lord received no reply, and so he left. Once he left, a man appeared in the hall. It was Mou. Mou sat on one of the chairs with a calm expression on his face. Meanwhile, an ethereal middle-aged man appeared in the hall. Mou glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Hung Wangu, there should be no need to hide here with your strength. Moreover, you've even hidden your real body and dare not expose your full strength. Let me guess, Destiny probably has you in her sights. You're unlike the others because Destiny will target you upon leaving this place, right?" Hung Wangu nodded. "Indeed." Mou smiled. "Anyone able to make Destiny target them is someone strong." Hung Wangu sat down and said, "Do you want to join the Defiance Alliance?" Mou shook his head. "No, but we have a common goal." Hung Wangu asked, "Yang Yi?" Mou nodded. "He must die." He gazed at Hung Wangu and continued, "Allow me to be honest, it's best if you kill him soon. Otherwise, it won't be long before all of you will probably be finished. Moreover, his strength may undergo a qualitative transformation." Hung Wangu fell silent for a long time and said, "He's the person Destiny just chose, and you are the person Destiny once chose. However, you have probably been abandoned." Mou's face instantly turned icy cold, but it didn't take long for it to return to normal. Hung Wangu fell silent for a long time and stood up. "You kill him, all right?" Mou replied indifferently, "Of course, but..." Hung Wangu nodded, "I understand. It'll help you recover to your prime." Mou smiled. "That's for the best. However, I need some of his possessions once he's dead." Hung Wangu replied, "You can take everything but the sprite progenitor." Mou smiled, "Deal?" Hung Wangu nodded slightly. "If it's necessary, we can lend you a hand." Mou shook his head. "No, it isn't. I'll kill him myself. So just locate him for me." Hung Wangu nodded. "It's a deal." The world of past life. Yang Yi was still walking forward slowly through the ruins. He hadn't encountered any danger all along the way. A long time passed before he suddenly stopped. There was a dry well up ahead. There were strange sounds coming from the well. Yang Yi shook his head and walked around it. While he was quite curious, he didn't want to court death. At most times, it was curiosity that brought death. However, a voice suddenly came from the dry well. Kill me." Yang Yi stopped and walked over to the well. He looked down, and he saw an expanse of pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, the voice resounded again. "See, come down here." Yang Yi shook his head. "Dream on." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. If he was in his prime, he would have nothing to fear. But it was best to act like this now. Meanwhile, an insane voice resounded from the well. "Damn it. Damn human. Damn it. It'll kill you." Yang Yi shot a cold glance at the well and continued onward. He knew that the thing down there wasn't anything good. 2 hours later, Yang Yi stopped. There was a dilapidated hall before him. A hall. There was only a single word Hall on it. The words before it were missing. Yang Yi walked in, and there were 3 wooden figures with swords in their hands. Besides that, there was a statue before the wooden figures. However, it was a lifeless statue this time. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yang Yi recognized the statue. It was the woman in white. It was actually a statue of her. Why was there a statue of her in here? What was her link to the past life clan? Moreover, if there was a link between her and the past life clan, how could it have possibly vanished from the world? Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he walked over to the wooden figures. He scanned them, and then he suddenly noticed that there was a box behind them. There were 2 words on it. For you. For me? Yang Yi was stunned. She left it for me? Yang Yi didn't think too much about it and just walked over. He was just about to pick it up when something unexpected occurred. The wooden figures suddenly moved. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 rays of sword energy flashed. They were absolutely fast. Moreover, their angles were very tricky, causing Yang Yi's expression to change drastically. He raised his sword to defend himself. Meanwhile, one of the swords spun rapidly and struck the hilt of past life. Bam! Past life shook violently and was blasted away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Meanwhile, 2 swords stabbed through Yang Yi's chest. At the same time, one of Yang Yi's arms flew into the air. The 3 wooden figures lowered their swords and took a step back. The leader of the wooden figures lowered its head slightly. Master ordered us to give you a chance in the first round. Chapter 2681 Change. Chapter 2681 Change. Yang Yi stood there while seeming to be in a daze. One of his arms was gone. At that instant, he hadn't been able to dodge even one of the 3 swords. It wasn't that they were too fast. It was like they discerned what his next moves would be. So, when he raised his sword to defend himself, their attacks had perfectly avoided his defenses. Every one of those attacks were just so perfect. They were without any flaws. That was what he felt about them. Most importantly, those attacks had no profound energy in them, nor even sword energy or sword intent. They were just 3 ordinary attacks with the sword. Of course, Yang Yi was very well aware that since they could swing such ordinary attacks, their sword technique was absolutely not ordinary. The sword. Yang Yi gazed at past life with a blank expression in his eyes. Was all my training in the sword in vain? At this moment, Yang Yi felt quite lost. These 3 wooden figures had struck a tremendous blow to his confidence. But it didn't take long for the bewilderment in his eyes to become ferocity. A test? No. He must realize that while the woman in white was testing him, it was a test that could end in death. If he didn't choose to give up, it was obvious that he may die. The wooden figure's words were the best hint to that. The woman in white had let him off easy for the first time, but it was definitely the last. If he challenged the 3 wooden figures now, his failure would end in death. It was an undoubtable fact. Yang Yi just sat there and gazed at the wooden figures. They didn't attack him. Obviously, he had to go over before they would attack, and he had to defeat them in order to obtain the box behind them, the box that the woman in white had left him. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time. In the end, he laid there on the ground while the injury on his chest still remained. The only difference was that the bleeding had stopped. He wasn't able to use primordial violet energy anymore. Now, every injury had to be healed naturally, and it wouldn't be exaggerated to say that he was covered in injuries by now. It seemed like an impossible test. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy and Arya were at the ascension platform with worry all over their faces. It was because Yang Yi had even lost an arm. Both of them were very sad and worried. However, because Yang Yi had given them strict instructions to not help him, they could only watch. They were very afraid of him when he was serious. Outside the primordial pagoda, a day passed before Yang Yi stood up, and he walked toward the wooden figures with past life in his hand. Nervous. It was his most nervous moment in history because he had no confidence at all. But he had no choice either. He didn't want to give up. The woman in white had given him an opportunity, and he didn't want to just give it up. A short while later, Yang Yi arrived before the wooden figures. He glanced at them and asked, Can we fight one by one? The wooden figure in the lead shook its head slightly. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the leader of the wooden figures suddenly strode forward and stabbed at Yang Yi's chest. At the same time, the other two wooden figures behind it attacked as well. A three-way attack. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He didn't look with his eyes. He could only sense them with his heart instead. He sensed them stabbing at him from three different directions. One toward his chest, one toward his right arm, and the last toward the left of his waist. The three swords were very fast, accurate, and ruthless. Besides that, there was nothing else special about them. Yang Yi took a step back, but it wasn't able to create any distance between him and the swords. Conversely, they grew even closer. Yang Yi drew his sword. Past life slashed forward. A brute force attack, because he didn't have a better choice besides that. Yang Yi's sword slashed down. Hiss, hiss. Yang Yi retreated a little over a meter, and blood sprayed from his waist. Moreover, there was an injury running down his forehead until his chin. It was quite deep, and it had destroyed his face. But Yang Yi's right arm was intact. At the critical moment, Head ignored the attack to his waist and retreated while barely avoiding the sword to his forehead. At the same time, he blocked the sword to his arm with all his strength. Head succeeded. However, the price of success was still quite huge. Yang Yi moved aside, and they didn't follow up with another attack. They returned to their spots. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack. Yang Yi had fled quickly and left the hall. Obviously, they couldn't leave the hall. Yang Yi just laid there on the stone stairs outside the hall. His face was bleeding, and so was his waist. It was more than terrible. Meanwhile, a divine crystal appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned by it, and then he shook his head and smiled. Obviously, it was Snowy's doing. He felt really warm inside. Yang Yi was about to shake his head when Snowy and Arya appeared before him. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and waved her paws swiftly. She was waving them very, very quickly and in a very agitated manner. Even Arya didn't know what Snowy was saying this time, but Yang Yi did. He shook his head. Snowy immediately started crying. Arya blinked and asked, "Big brother Yang, do you know what Snowy said?" Yang Yi rolled his eyes at Arya. He naturally understood. After all, he was a master at talking to animals. Arya gave Yang Yi a big thumbs up and said, "Big brother Yang, as your sister, forgive me for saying too much. Even though that woman left you here as a test and even sealed your cultivation, did she say you can't use your profound energy to heal?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Arya continued, "Besides that, haven't you noticed? Your sword and thoughts are changing. In other words, you're learning to be flexible. Your sword and thoughts aren't as fixed as they used to be. So, be flexible." Her voice grew slightly louder at this point. "Since she didn't forbid you from using profound energy to heal, why don't you?" As she spoke, she kicked past life. "The sword isn't living, but you are alive. Understand?" Yang Yi frowned and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, past life was clearly quite displeased. Why kick it? It wasn't its fault. So, it let out a sword howl to display its objection. Arya, who clearly had quite a bad temper, suddenly howled at past life. "Just shut up. Make another noise and he'll break you." Past life was stunned. Chapter 2682-2. Chapter 2682-2. Meanwhile, Snowy patted past life. She was telling it to stay quiet and don't disturb them. Past life fell completely silent. It had been in the primordial pagoda for some time, so it knew very well who these two little devils were. It was a super divine treasure, and practically nothing in this world could harm it. However, these two little fellows just happened to be exceptions. It couldn't afford to offend them. Meanwhile, Snowy waved her paws again. A long time later, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Little fellows, go back inside. Don't worry, I figured some things out." He placed the divine crystal in Snowy's paw. "Trust me, it'll be fine." Snowy immediately jumped into Yang Yi's arms when she saw that he was refusing to use spirit energy, and she kept rubbing her head against him. Arya lowered her head slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi hurriedly grabbed Aria's hand and spoke softly. Aria, you should be aware that I'm training here and am confident. So, don't do anything rash. Aria's temper was growing worse with every passing day, so he was quite afraid. Because once her temper flared, she was capable of anything. Aria glanced at Yang Yi, and her eyes were slightly scarlet, but they gradually cleared up. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief from the sight of this. Aria glanced at the surroundings. In the end, she patted Snowy's head and spoke softly, "Let's trust him. He'll be fine." Around an hour later, Aria finally succeeded at persuading Snowy to return to the primordial pagoda. But the two little fellows were still worried, and they just watched Yang Yi from the ascension platform. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi glanced at his body. It was covered in injuries. Fortunately, his body was very strong. Moreover, it had a certain level of self-healing ability. Of course, it was nothing compared to the primordial violet energy. After all, even an ordinary person would recover from shallow injuries in a few days. 2 days later, Yang Yi's injuries were much better, and he walked toward the wooden figures again. He didn't use the divine crystal, not because Snowy and Aria were wrong. They were actually correct. He was certain that he could heal with divine crystals, but he didn't choose to do so in the end, because he wanted to push himself. He wanted to really push himself this time. Under the circumstance that he couldn't use divine crystals, he had to try his best to avoid injuries and seriously consider every attack. Yang Yi arrived within the hall again, and the 3 wooden figures were before him. Right when he was about to walk over, footsteps came from outside the hall. Yang Yi was shocked and turned around quickly. A woman was walking in slowly from outside. She wore a grayish-white robe with a hemp rope around her waist. A grayish-white wine gourd hung there on the rope, and it was covered in many marks. It seemed really old. Her hair was very short and only extended slightly below her ears. As for her appearance, it wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, but she wasn't ugly either. Besides that, she was wearing a pair of straw sandals. Each one of them had 2 pure white flower patterns on them. The flowers were very strange. Yang Yi was visibly vigilant, or it should be said that he seemed like he was facing a formidable opponent. Yang Yi was clearly her target. She just walked over to Yang Yi and asked, "Your name is Yang Yi?" Yang Yi nodded. "Senior." She interrupted him. "I heard you're very arrogant?" Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. "Of course not. I keep an absolutely low profile." She grinned. "Is that so?" Yang Yi quickly nodded. Meanwhile, she pointed at his chest. "Remember, my name is Tuesday. I slaughter the heavens and the gods. Now, I'm here to beat you up." She suddenly slammed a punch at his chest. Yang Yi was ready, and Head swung his sword the instant she attacked. Meanwhile, she suddenly relaxed her fist and squeezed lightly. She squeezed down upon past life, and then Yang Yi noticed past life was out of his grasp. The woman squeezed down a little more, and then past life was instantly bent and sounded like it was cracking. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. She shook her head slightly and casually tossed the sword into the ground. The sword shook madly. She gazed at Yang Yi and swung a punch. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically as he moved sideways to dodge it. However, her punch still slammed down against his chest. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi, and then his figure was flying. He flew all the way out of the ruins and arrived in the desert from before. She took a step forward in the hall, and she was in front of Yang Yi. In the desert, she grabbed Yang Yi by the shoulder and then kicked him in the stomach. Bam! Yang Yi was kicked away, and he was back in the hall when he finally crashed to the ground. It just happened to be the exact spot from where Head been kicked away earlier. Suddenly, Aria shot up into the air from within the pagoda. Outside the pagoda, the woman glanced at Yang Yi's stomach and pressed her right hand down lightly. Bang! Aria crashed down from the air and slammed onto the ascension platform. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy had locked down the entire pagoda. They could see everything that was happening outside, but they couldn't go outside anymore. Outside the pagoda, the woman gazed at Yang Yi, and then she slammed a punch at his stomach. A few mouthfuls of blood sprayed from Yang Yi as his figure was blasted away once more. His figure was like a cooked prawn that had curled up completely. Bang! Yang Yi crashed into the desert again. As soon as he crashed there, the short-haired woman was in front of him again. Just like that, he was blasted back and forth countless times until he finally lost consciousness. At the entrance to the dilapidated hall, Yang Yi laid there like a corpse, and the short-haired woman was just seated there on the stone stairs by his side. She had her figure rested against the stairs, while one of her legs was crossed over the other. She was watching the sunset in the distance, while frequently gulping down from her wine gourd. The sky gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman stood up and glanced at Yang Yi's unconscious figure. She said, "I heard there's a very arrogant sword cultivator. I have to go look for him. So, well, and things here for today. I'll come see you again next time." She walked off into the distance. The woman's figure gradually vanished beneath the setting sun. Meanwhile, a song could be heard from afar. "Oh, heavens high above. Oh, gods of man. Why are all of you so weak? Oh." Chapter 26, 83 Sword Insight. Chapter 26, 83 Sword Insight. Yang Yi just laid there before the dilapidated hall. The last rays of the setting sun were gone, and night had arrived. Yet Yang Yi still laid there. On the second day, the sun rose and fell, and Yang Yi still hadn't regained consciousness. The primordial pagoda was sealed too, so none could leave it. A long time passed like this. Finally, at dusk, Yang Yi's hand shook, and then he got up slowly. He just rested his body against the stone stairs. He felt utterly weak. He felt like he didn't have a shred of energy in him, and it was like someone had broken all his bones. A long time passed like this before Yang Yi opened his eyes once more. It was night now. He felt a little better, and he just looked into the distance with indifference on his face. Had been beaten up, and he hadn't been able to fight back at all. The woman had been so strong that, not to mention in his current state, he wouldn't have been a match for her even at his prime. Why did she attack him? Yang Yi really didn't know, but he was sure that had never met her before. Moreover, she was definitely not someone from the end world. If she were an expert from the end world, he would have died a long time ago. But she hadn't killed him and had just beaten him up. When had he offended such a terrifying expert? Yang Yi couldn't figure it out. A short while later, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it, because he really couldn't recall when had offended her. He just walked over to Past Life. Past Life was stabbed into the ground, and there were some cracks on it. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face when he saw those cracks. Past Life had almost been broken by her with absolute ease. What was this sword? It was one of the strongest divine treasures of this world, but it had almost been broken by a light squeeze of hers. Her strength was beyond terrifying. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he drew the sword and walked toward the wooden figures. Yang Yi arrived before the 3 wooden figures, and they attacked. 3 swords shot forward. 2 breaths of time later, a figure fled out of the hall in a sorry state, and a beautiful arc of blood followed behind the figure. It was Yang Yi, of course. Outside the hall, Yang Yi sat on the stone stairs while blood covered the stairs beneath him. In the past, had experienced something similar in the dark space. Had thought that it was the most terrifying experience in his life. Yet now, he realized that it was nothing when compared to his current experience. He still had confidence in the dark space, but he was truly lost here. He had 2 completely different mental states when the 2 experiences were compared. At this moment, he felt that those wooden figures were impossible to defeat in his current state. Yang Yi looked down at Past Life. "Bro, do you have any ideas?" Past Life shook slightly and seemed to be replying to him. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Past Life was telling him to fight. Fight. Yang Yi suddenly stood up. Fight. Yang Yi came to a sudden understanding. Had been passively defending himself until now, but why should he? Couldn't he attack first and subdue his enemies? The sword wasn't an inflexible weapon. It could strike last or strike first. Yang Yi walked into the hall once more. As soon as he did, the 3 wooden figures attacked once more, but Yang Yi attacked first. His sword was similarly fast, accurate, and ruthless. It shot straight toward the leading wooden figure's forehead, but his sword was stopped. It was stopped by the wooden figure with absolute ease. Moreover, after it blocked his attack, its sword moved slightly to the side and slashed down at him. It descended like a bolt of lightning. This time, Yang Yi was prepared. He tapped the tip of his foot down at the instant the sword slashed at him, and his figure twisted to barely dodge the attack. At the same time, his sword spun along with him to a sweeping slash at the wooden figure's waist. It was swift as a bolt of lightning too. However, the wooden figure still managed to stop his attack. It was because the wooden figure's sword had somehow been pulled back to defend it. Yang Yi didn't attack again. He just turned around and fled. It didn't take long for him to escape the hall. It was because the other two wooden figures had launched a pincer attack against him. Yang Yi was overjoyed outside the hall. The facts proved that offense was the best defense. Actually, Head understood that principle a long time ago, or it should be said that Head always known, and Head followed it too. However, Head been stunned by the strength of those wooden figures and actually forgotten about it. Of course, even if he attacked first, the facts proved that he was no threat to the wooden figures. However, it did give him hope. Besides that, Head realized the two sides of the sword. At most times, the sword could go along with the flow, but if necessary, it could go against it. The sword wasn't inflexible. It was the same for the sword Dao and all the other Das. After resting for a while, Yang Yi walked into the hall once more. This time, he was more confident than before. However, as soon as he walked into the hall, a ray of light appeared before him. Yang Yi instinctively raised his sword and blocked it. As soon as he did that, he knew that something bad would happen. So, he instinctively dodged to the side. Hiss! A sword pierced through his shoulder. Meanwhile, Yang Yi advanced instead of retreating, and he stomped his right foot down and slammed his figure forward. Bam! His figure slammed away the wooden figure before him, and then Yang Yi fled from the hall. It was because two more rays of light had arrived before him. Outside the hall, Yang Yi sat on the stone stairs and laughed bitterly. Those wooden figures weren't really just wood because they actually knew how to attack first. They had a mind of their own. A long, long time later, Yang Yi walked into the hall once more, and he fled over and over again. Just like that, around 2 months passed. An entire 2 months. Every single time, he would flee just a short while after he entered the hall. But Yang Yi's injuries grew fewer and fewer. Of course, it was impossible to discern because there were countless injuries throughout his body. He was covered in scars. Now, even the disciples of the ancient sword sect wouldn't be able to recognize him. He was completely disfigured. Especially now that he only had a single arm left, he didn't seem like the same person anymore. On this day, Yang Yi walked into the hall once more. No, Head charged in. As soon as he entered, the clanging of weapons resounded. It was so ear-piercing. A short while later, Yang Yi fled. But it didn't take long for him to return once more. In the hall, a ray of light rushed at him instantly once he entered, and Yang Yi swung his sword too. The three wooden figures and him had attacked at practically the exact same moment. 4 swords intersected in a flash. If an expert in the sword Dao was here, that expert's blood would boil. Because this battle was truly too interesting. It was fast and ruthless with judgment and counter-judgment. Exchanging blows, blocking and counter-attacking and blocking. Retreating as a means to attack, attacking as a means to avoid attack. It was an amazing competition in the sword. In the end, Yang Yi lost. He lost because Head failed in his counter-judgment. The price was another deep cut in his chest. Yang Yi turned around and fled. He had to. So long as he made a single mistake, he would be endlessly suppressed by them. So, he had to flee and stop the battle. Head tried to turn back and attack again, but he always failed. The sword technique and attainments in the sword Dao possessed by the 3 wooden figures was truly unfathomable. Yang Yi sat on the stone stairs outside the hall, and past life was on the ground before him. Yang Yi gazed at it in silence. At this moment, Head understood some things. Regardless of whether it was past life, the sword precursor, the sword supreme, or any other sword, they were all just swords. There was no difference between them in the eyes of true experts in the sword Tao. Even an ordinary sword could triumph over a divine treasure in the hands of a true expert in the sword Tao. Similarly, a powerful divine treasure would be trash in the hands of a weakling. Of course, there was a difference in swords, and that was undeniable. Under the circumstances that both sword cultivators were equally matched, then their swords would be a very decisive factor in battle. Very few sword cultivators throughout history had ever attained the level of the ordinary sword. 2 hours later, Yang Yi walked into the hall again. In the hall, Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand. This time, he didn't choose to attack first. He gazed at the wooden figures, and they didn't attack either. Sometime before, the first to attack would gain the initiative in battle, but as time passed, a change had occurred. Now, the first to attack would be the first to reveal a flaw that may lead to being suppressed. At this moment, it was like playing a game of chess. Before they even drew their swords, they had to consider endless possibilities, and the slightest mistake may lead to eternal damnation. What was it to truly strike last and subdue your enemies? What was sword insight? When one attacked, life and death was already determined. That was what it was to strike last and subdue the enemy. That was true sword insight. Similarly, what was it to strike first and subdue your enemies? When one attacked, all possibilities were already accounted for, and life and death was already determined. That was true sword insight. Everything had a yin and yang to it, and so did the sword. At most times, while an expert in the sword Tao merely swung the sword once, it was an attack that came from much consideration and anticipation. Yang Yi and the wooden figures were standing in confrontation there. Just like that, 3 days and 3 nights passed, and Yang Yi was like a wooden figure too. He didn't dare to attack first, because he wasn't able to overcome all their techniques with a single attack. Similarly, they were unable to suppress Yang Yi with a single attack anymore. A few days passed like this. At dusk, the 3 wooden figures seemed to be confident. 3 swords shot forward in unison. Chapter 26 84 Changes in the Sword Heart. Chapter 26 84 Changes in the Sword Heart. At the instant they attacked, Yang Yi attacked too. Yang Yi's attack was slightly slower than theirs. Just slightly. 3 rays of light flashed. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of something being sliced open resounded. A moment later, the surroundings fell silent. 2 streams of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's chest and left abdomen. However, a mark had appeared on the foreheads of all 3 wooden figures. The 3 wooden figures had stopped, and Yang Yi had stopped as well. Past life was on the ground. It wasn't that it had fallen, it was that his right arm had fallen. Had lost his right arm. Now, he had no arms at all. A few breaths of time later, the wooden figures moved aside, and their leader bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded and walked over to the box. The box opened automatically, and a white figure floated out of it. It was the woman in white. However, she was ethereal. Obviously, it wasn't her real body. She gazed at Yang Yi, who was simply unrecognizable now, and she grinned. "You're here?" Yang Yi nodded. His entire body was covered in injuries, and he couldn't even speak now. He knew that he would definitely be incapable of recognizing himself. He was in a horrifying state. She gently moved aside Yang Yi's blood-red hair that was covering his eyes and spoke softly, "Come with me." Yang Yi walked out of the hall with her. The sky was blood-red outside. It was sunset. She spoke softly, "The Past Life Clan. It's a place I once stayed. I had many lovely memories here. In the end, I personally wiped out all the experts here." Yang Yi looked at her. She smiled. "In the past, I felt the Destiny Realm expert didn't have to die. I could join forces with them and coexist in the 3-dimensional universe. That was my original intention. ID almost convinced my black form, but she shook her head and smiled as she sat on the stone stairs, and she fell silent for a while before she continued. There were once 10 clans in this world. The Past Life Clan was one of them. Besides the sprites of the 9 layers of space, they could be considered to be the strongest in this universe. They had wild ambition, especially the Past Life Clan. Because they possessed the past life energy, and their strength was merely inferior to another clan, the Yang clan. The Yang clan? Yang Yi couldn't help but ask. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, it felt like it was being torn open. It was fucking painful. She nodded slightly. The Yang clan, a clan of humans. Actually, they were part of the human race, but their patriarch was a little special. She forcefully separated them from the human race and made the universe acknowledge them as an independent clan. She glanced at Yang Yi's stomach and said, "The one within you area is cultivating a technique she once created. Yang Busi." At this moment, Yang Yi knew who she was talking about. The woman in white smiled. That woman was absolutely formidable. Unfortunately, she shook her head slightly and returned to the previous topic. I stayed in the past life clan. I planned to change the way their experts thought. I told them not to enter the four-dimensional universe as it would only lead to death, because they didn't have the strength to survive there. Unfortunately, they refused to listen, and they even targeted me. Yang Yi gazed at her. "What do you mean?" She smiled. "They used my trust in them to trap me within a formation. They wanted to enslave me." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She continued, "They wanted to use my strength to help them break through the three-dimensional universe and send them into the four-dimensional universe." Yang Yi shook his head. Wasn't that no different than courting death? The woman in white did look very amiable and not dangerous at all. Never forget that she was one of Destiny's forms too. So, wasn't targeting her no different than courting death? Meanwhile, she continued, "I gave them a chance. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish it. They destroyed the good impression of them that I had, and so I annihilated all their Destiny Realm experts." Yang Yi asked softly, "What about the ordinary people?" She smiled. "I didn't kill them. But once they lost their Destiny Realm experts, they weren't even comparable to third-rate powers, and so they fled for their lives. As time passed, this place turned into a wasteland, and I only come here occasionally." Yang Yi fell silent. She glanced at him, After that incident, I realized that coexisting in peace was impossible. Everyone has wild ambition. They seek to go higher upon attaining the Destiny Realm, and that is very normal. Unfortunately, Yang Yi asked, "Unfortunately what?" She smiled. "They aren't aware of the dangers in the outside world. They think it's very good. But in actuality, it isn't good at all." She stood up at this point and looked up at the sky. "Do you think I'm selfish?" Yang Yi still remained silent. She smiled. "I had to because all of you would die if I didn't be selfish." Yang Yi asked again, "What do you mean?" She smiled. "Remember those eyes from before?" Yang Yi nodded. Those eyes that had pursued the woman in black. She smiled. "I'm its main target. But if I'm not there, who do you think it will target next?" Yang Yi was stunned. She suddenly chuckled, but her laughter was quite desolate. "In the past, I slaughtered the Heaven Tao and brought freedom to the living beings of the three-dimensional universe. Many like-minded people died during that battle, and I'm practically the only one who survived. It wasn't that I refused to save them, but I was helpless then. The strength of the three-dimensional universe's former Heaven Tao is beyond your imagination." She shook her head and smiled. "However, the later generations treated me as their greatest enemy. Why am I telling you all of this?" She sat down and fell silent. A long time passed before Yang Yi broke the silence. "It's very complicated." The woman in white nodded slightly. "It is. Let's get into that. You've passed 2 tests, but it's only the beginning. There are more. Go forward, and your test will end once you arrive before a teleportation formation." Her figure gradually turned ethereal as she spoke. Right when she was about to disappear completely, she suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "You didn't use any profound energy. I'm proud of you. So, here's a small reward." A strand of mysterious profound energy enveloped him. Polaris energy, a form of profound energy that was greater than the primordial violet energy. In an instant, his injuries started to heal at a practically visible rate. Moreover, his arms were gradually growing. Finally, he was back to normal. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, "A woman called Tu came here and bashed me up. Who is she?" "Tu." The woman in white grinned, and her smile seemed to carry deep secrets within it. It's your fault for tossing something of hers. She vanished completely once she finished speaking. I tossed something of hers? Yang Yi was quite stunned. She didn't tell him the answer clearly and just kept him guessing instead. A short while later, Yang Yi stopped thinking about it, and he just walked into the hall with past life and arrived before the three wooden figures once more. Continue training. Even though Head won by losing an arm just now, it was partially luck that allowed him to win. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to continue fighting and truly fight to his heart's content against them. The battle began once more. Rays of light crisscrossed through the hall. Just like that, Yang Yi fought the three wooden figures in the hall for almost a month before finally leaving. A month. Yang Yi knew that this sword had undergone a change, because at the later stages of his training, even fighting the three wooden figures with a stick wouldn't make a huge difference. The only difference was that past life was harder than a stick, and it had a spirit of its own. In short, perhaps swords were no different to some people, but there was a difference between swords. Yang Yi left the hall and continued onward. This time, he had some confidence. This confidence he had was slightly different from the confidence he once possessed. In the past, it came from his cultivation and the various divine treasures he possessed. Yet now, it merely came from the sword in his grasp. It was confidence that was much purer than any form of confidence he once possessed. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. Yang Yi suddenly looked to the side, and a huge fist slammed down at him. Yang Yi saw it clearly. It was the statue that Head just met upon arriving in this world. Obviously, it had been lying in ambush here. Yang Yi's face remained indifferent as he watched it shoot toward him. At this moment, he felt that it was full of flaws. Full of them. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. With just a slight movement to the side, the fist just barely shot past his face. At the same time, a sword stabbed into the back of the fist and moved along it. Hiss! In an instant, the statue's arm was sliced open. Moreover, Yang Yi was in front of the statue. His sword flashed. Hiss! A sword pierced through the statue's nether regions. Yang Yi waved his right hand from behind the statue, and the sword flew into his grasp. After that, he walked off into the distance. The statue suddenly fell to its knees behind Yang Yi, and he held its nether regions tightly while howling incessantly in pain. Chapter 2685 The Peak is Meaningless. Chapter 2685 The Peak is Meaningless. Yang Yi walked through the ruins on his own, and his current objective was to leave. Meanwhile, in the eternal universe, the battle was reaching its climax. Countless corpses were sinking to the bottom of the eternal river. But this time, both the desolate race and eternal kingdom didn't dare to damage eternal border, and they were fighting within a barrier. No one wanted to bring the woman in white here. Since she didn't want anything to happen to eternal border, they naturally didn't dare to destroy it. Moreover, it was obvious that they planned to fight to the death. The three-dimensional universe's sixth layer of space. A stranger arrived in this layer of space, a woman with a ponytail. It was in Nanjing. During the months Yang Yi had been in the world of past life, Shed traveled from the first layer of space to the sixth. Shed fought her way up here. Now, her target was above the ninth layer of space. And Nanjing sat cross-legged in space while a spear floated by her side, dagger axe. A string of blood was ceaselessly seeping out from the corner of her mouth. A long time passed before a voice resounded from within the spear. He is chosen. If he works hard, his strength will improve rapidly. So, if you don't want him to leave you far behind, you must cultivate your martial god physique to its limits. Its limits? And Nanjing opened her eyes. The voice resounded once more. The extreme is abandoning your physique. Rebirth amid destruction. The heavens gave you the best physique, but it may be a burden to you. It was once your greatest support, yet now, it is your bottleneck, it is your burden. And Nanjing fell silent. The voice resounded once more. Ascend to the ninth layer. If you succeed, I, Wu Mingshi, will teach you everything I know. And Nanjing suddenly asked, Are you strong? The voice fell silent for a long time and spoke softly. What do you think? She looked up. I will head up there. The voice asked. For him? She replied. For him and the martial Tao. The voice asked. Choose one. She replied without the slightest hesitation. Him. The voice was quite puzzled. Why? The peak is meaningless without him. She closed her eyes once she finished speaking. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The space around her cracked open, and then countless pitch-black threads surged at her like arrows. And Nanjing stood up and waved dagger axe. Hiss, 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 hiss. However, countless bloody holes appeared incessantly all over her body. And Nanjing had fought her way up here, and she had done so without resting at all. And Nanjing's aura grew increasingly weaker. The Void World. Sky Maiden was still devouring countless void planets without stopping. One day, she suddenly stopped. The space before her shook, and then an ethereal figure appeared there. How are they? She asked. She was naturally speaking about Yangyi, Blood Maiden, and the others. The ethereal figure replied indifferently, They are fine. They have left to go somewhere else. As for him, destiny has arranged for him to cultivate in the world of past life. If he can survive that place, he should become a completely different person. Sky Maiden nodded slightly. Thank you. When Yang Yi had lost in battle against Zhuamu that day, it was this ethereal figure who had made Zhuamu refrain from pursuing Yang Yi. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't aware of it. Meanwhile, Sky Maiden asked, Why are you helping me? The ethereal figure fell silent for a short while and said, We are the same type of person. Work hard on devouring this place. Destiny has shown herself, and that existence in the four-dimensional universe has shown itself. The future won't be very peaceful. The ethereal figure was about to leave. Suddenly, Sky Maiden asked, Who are you? The ethereal figure shook its head. One who lost to the heaven Tao. Even I don't remember my own name. So, it's meaningless. The ethereal figure vanished once it finished speaking those words. The void world fell silent once more. The ninth layer of space. Two middle-aged men arrived here. They were Zhuamu and Hung Wangu. Hung Wangu led Zhuamu to the cliff, and they looked up at the slovenly man nailed to the cliff wall. Hung Wangu spoke softly, Senior First God, long time no see. Hung Wangu. First God smiled. What? You finally dare to show yourself again? Hung Wangu held a folding fan in his grasp and knocked it lightly against his palm. He grinned and said, I'm in quite a rush, so I won't waste time. Senior First God. We can help you leave this place, but you must help us do 3 things. All right? First God suddenly started roaring with laughter. He laughed for a long time before he shook his head. Hung Wangu, have you surpassed that existence? Hung Wangu shook his head. Of course not. First God instantly revealed a ferocious expression. Then are you trying to play a joke on me? A wave of powerful pressure suddenly slammed down upon them. At this moment, the entire ninth layer of space was shaking violently. Hung Wangu's face was calm. He took a step forward and pressed the folding fan lightly against his palm. In an instant, a wave of invisible energy appeared here. Boom! It seemed like something was torn into bits here. But just a breath of time later, the world returned to calm once more. First God spoke indifferently. You've grown much stronger. Hung Wangu nodded slightly. It's insignificant. Let's get back to business. If you agree, we can help you immediately. As for how, it's our problem. First God gazed at Hung Wangu for a long time and smiled, of course. However, I'm very curious about how you'll save me. Hung Wangu nodded and looked to the side. Please. The space there shook slightly, and a man appeared. MOU. MOU flashed over to the cliff wall and gazed at the sword energy that had nailed First God to the cliff wall. They felt familiar. MOU moved over and placed his hand on the sword energy. The sword energy didn't reject him, and just a moment later, it shook before gradually dispersing. At the same time, 2 strands of sword intent appeared before MOU. Sword intent. It wasn't the sword energy but the sword intent that were keeping First God here. They were Sword Tao True Mantra. MOU put them away and moved aside before looking at First God with slight vigilance in his eyes. Had heard of the man who was before him. A legendary figure. Unfortunately, First God had been too arrogant. First God remained very calm and didn't display any excitement or happiness from being released. He gazed at Mou. Why are you able to take them? Hung Wangu replied, he's a former successor of destiny, the successor of the form of destiny that imprisoned you here. So, it holds no hostility toward him. First God's eyes narrowed slightly. A successor of destiny. Mou's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, Hung Wangu said, Senior, you've just regained your freedom and need to recuperate. It was a warning. First God's current strength was definitely inferior to his prime. After all, had been imprisoned for so many years. First God moved his gaze away and said, Don't worry, I know how to differentiate between things. I won't do something shameless like venting on the young because I'm incapable of fighting the old. Hung Wangu grinned. You are wise, Senior. First God gazed at Hung Wangu. Go on. Tell me what I must do. Hung Wangu pondered deeply for a moment and said, Help me kill someone? First God replied indifferently, All right. Hung Wangu chuckled, Senior. Make your way to the end world. There'll be people there to help you recuperate and swiftly return to your prime. First God glanced at Hung Wangu. Looks like my target isn't that easy to kill. Hung Wangu nodded, indeed. First God didn't say anything. He just glanced at the surroundings, and the desire to kill surged within his eyes. Suddenly, Hung Wangu said, We cannot destroy this place. If we do, I'm afraid it will draw the attention of some existences. First God closed his eyes slowly. Destiny. It'll definitely make all of you die graveless deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the 9th layer of space. Hung Wangu gazed at Zwamu. Brother Zwa, let's go see the next one. Mou suddenly asked, Do you need me? Hung Wangu shook his head, No. You can go, Brother Mou. Mou nodded and vanished on the spot. Once Mou left, Zwamu said, He has a hidden agenda. Hung Wangu smiled. He has great ambition. He seemed to have thought of something at this point and asked, If you compare him and Yang Yi, who do you think is more outstanding? Zwamu answered without the slightest hesitation, Yang Yi. Hung Wangu smiled. Why? Zwamu replied indifferently, He's a truly loyal person who differentiates clearly between right and wrong. Men should be like that. Hung Wangu chuckled. Indeed. Unfortunately, he must die, and the sprite progenitor must be ours to make into the formation's core. If we weren't enemies, he shook his head and smiled. He has no other choice, and we actually have no other choice as well. All right, let's stop thinking about these unnecessary things and go see the next person. That person's temper isn't very good. They left side by side once he finished speaking. A long time passed before Zwamu asked abruptly, What do you plan to do once we're done here? Hung Wangu grinned. If I survive, I naturally plan to have a look at the 4-dimensional universe. I'll go with you, Brother Wan. Chapter 2686, Put Down Your Sword. Chapter 2686, Put Down Your Sword. The World of Past Life. Yang Yi arrived at the end of the ruins. Before him was a dilapidated wall, and around it was a lot of weeds. An armored metal figure with a huge axe was standing where the city gates should be. It was huge, around 2 to 3 times Yang Yi's size. Obviously, it was there to fight him. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly at all, because he was very well aware that the tests the woman in white gave him would definitely not be that easy. Suddenly, the armored figure said, Put down your sword. Put down your sword. Yang Yi was stunned. Put down my sword? I'm not hearing things, right? The armored figure repeated, Put down your sword. Yang Yi asked solemnly, She asked you to say that? The armored figure nodded. Yang Yi hadn't expected this. He really hadn't. Even when he faced Zwamu, Yang Yi was confident in being able to fight Zwamu. Of course, winning was an entirely different issue, but he felt that he was entirely capable of fighting Zwamu. At this moment, he really wasn't the same as had been then. Even he could sense that. He had the confidence to leave this place before this, yet now, the armored figure had asked him to put down his sword. Even though he didn't have his cultivation before this, he had his sword. But now, He couldn't even use his sword. If that was so, then he would really have nothing left. How would he fight without a sword? How would he defeat the armored figure? Yang Yi fell silent. The armored figure didn't attack. Obviously, it was waiting for Yang Yi. A short while later, the armored figure suddenly said, "You can turn around. Master said that if you do, your cultivation will be immediately restored. You're already much stronger now. So, you won't lose anything by leaving." Leave? Yang Yi gazed at the armored figure. Give up? A long time passed before Yang Yi gazed at past life and chuckled. He stabbed the sword in the ground and walked slowly toward the armored figure. The armored figure said, "Well, decide who dies in one clash." It pressed its right foot down and slammed itself at Yang Yi like a flashing shadow. Aura. At this moment, Yang Yi sensed an imposing aura. The armored figure seemed capable of smashing anything and everything into bits. Had seen such an aura on some other people. Yang Yi was quite stunned as he gazed at the approaching armored figure. Who dies? It wasn't about deciding just the victor. The loser had to die. Yang Yi didn't even have the chance to flee this time. The armored figure was growing increasingly closer in his eyes, and it didn't take long for an axe to chop down from above. It seemed like it could chop the world apart. Even with his sword, he may not be able to stop this attack. The armored figure was very fast, but for Yang Yi, it was like had experienced an entire lifetime. Finally, the axe was just a few inches away from his head, and then it suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was behind the armored figure. At this moment, it was like the world had frozen. A few breaths of time later, the armored figure's armor cracked open and fell to the ground. Yang Yi walked off into the distance. Past life shook and transformed into a ray of light that chased after Yang Yi. The armored figure stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then it gradually turned ethereal. Yang Yi grinned as he walked off, and it gradually curled into a smile. Once he walked out the city gates, Yang Yi looked up at the sky and spoke softly. "I understand now. The sword is in the heart, not in the hand." "Thank you." Yang Yi sped up. The sword is in the heart, not in the hand. It was what the woman in white was trying to tell him here. Even when without a sword cultivator was still a sword cultivator. Because a true sword cultivator's sword was in the heart. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't that happy. Because the test was still not over, and more tests were waiting ahead. The 9th layer of space in the 3-dimensional universe. A woman arrived here today, in Nanjing. At this moment, her white robe was dyed red with blood. A voice came from the dagger axe by her side. "Congratulations." Nanjing closed her eyes slowly. "I want to continue forward." The voice replied, "It's enough. What lies above is beyond you." As soon as it finished speaking, the space before her cracked open. The voice said, "Let me take you where I once went." A moment later, and Nanjing vanished from the 9th layer of space. The world of past life. Once he left the ruins, Yang Yi entered a boundless mountain. There was practically no spirit energy in the world of past life, and even the mountains here were very desolate. After going through the mountain, Yang Yi arrived by a river and stopped once more. A woman was seated on a rock by the river. The woman in white. Yang Yi walked over and she smiled. "Congratulations again." Yang Yi replied sincerely, "Thank you." She had truly helped him tremendously. She smiled. "It's the fruit of your own hard work." Yang Yi grinned and waited for her to continue. She gazed at the river and spoke softly. "It's called the River of Past Life, and it was once a forbidden area of the Past Life clan. Some remnants of the Past Life clan are residing at the bottom of the river. I killed some, but I didn't kill some as well. However, I trapped them here." Yang Yi remained silent. He could sense that she had some feelings for the Past Life clan. She fell silent for a long time and said, "This is your final test in the world of past life. Go down there, and then come back out alive. They'll be waiting here. All of their souls contain past life energy, so you'll attain the peak of the destiny realm if you devour their souls. At that time, you'll be a true peak expert. Besides that, there's a well down there too, the past life well. The past life clan's last remaining past life energy. Obtain it, absorb it, and you can comprehend true past life energy from it." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, I want something. No, it's a request. She gazed at him. Yang Yi pointed at his stomach and spoke softly. No matter what happens to me, they will be safe. All right? She gazed at him for a long time and said, All right. Yang Yi replied, Thank you. Yang Yi leaped into the river. Meanwhile, she just ran her fingers through the river water while staring blankly at it. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi went all the way down, and it didn't take long for him to realize that the area beneath the river was much larger than had expected. It was like an underground world. A short while later, Yang Yi noticed the water around him tremble, and then the scene before his eyes changed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.